The seating is open. Dear colleagues, I would now like to welcome to our hemicycle the President of the Committee of Ministers, Minister for Foreign Affairs and for Defence of Ireland, His Excellency Mr. Simon Coveney. We welcome Mr. Minister. I am very pleased to welcome you today for the third part session of the Parliamentary Assembly. Today we continue our discussions following our initial meetings in Torino at the Ministerial Conference when Ireland assumed the presidency of the Committee of Ministers, and in Dublin, where you participated in our, I think, very fruitful standing committee at the end of May, and you impressed us, I can say that here, with your commitment to the Council of Europe and its goals. After excellent cooperation with our Italian friends and the Italian presidency, we are looking forward now to continue this fruitful cooperation during the Irish presidency. This presidency, your presidency, takes place in most challenging times. The Russian Federation has waged an illegal war of aggression against our member state, Ukraine, and its citizens. To end this horrible war, to restore peace in Ukraine, and to rebuild effective and sustainable multilateralism in Europe have to be our priorities. We are looking forward to your analysis and proposals. We are also eager to hear more from you about your ambitious agenda, which has summarized in the following three phrases. 1, our founding freedoms, reinforcing human rights and the protection of civilians in Europe. 2, hear our voices, promoting participatory democracy and youth engagement. And, I hope I pronounce it right, FALTE, fostering a Europe of welcome, inclusion and diversity. Mr. Minister, the challenges that we are facing are vast, which is why we rely not only on the continued good cooperation between the Assembly and the Committee of Ministers, but also on the trialogue format of consultations with the Secretary-General. As I said earlier, alone we tend to be rather weak. Together we could develop the strength needed for Europe's oldest and broadest treaty organization created to prevent war, pursue peace, and guarantee fundamental rights and freedoms to all European citizens. We are very much looking forward to this exchange of views. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. President Cox, Secretary General Burić, parliamentarians and friends. 2 weeks ago, your counterparts at the European Parliament unveiled a bust to a great man from the city of Derry in Northern Ireland, who knew this city well. John Hume served a quarter of a century as a member of the European Parliament and a lifetime as an advocate for peace and human rights. Accepting the Nobel Peace Prize in 1998, he recalled his frequent walks across the bridge to Kiel. A symbol, he marveled, so simple yet so profound, and so applicable to conflict resolution anywhere in the world. In that same address, he observed that ultimately all conflict is about difference. But while some see difference as a threat, John, like the visionaries who built and bridged the Rhine, recognized it as the essence of humanity. And that the answer to difference is to respect it. John was seldom wrong, but in this case, he was never more right. Respecting difference while working together to a common law, that is the key to the Council of Europe. And the European Court of Human Rights, which has always been its and our guiding compass. Today, as war rages in Ukraine, the Council, the European continent itself, stands at a crossroads. At such times, we should hold our compass close and orientate ourselves by first principles. Ireland's compass is the multilateral system we've helped to build. Our first principles are democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Principles first codified on this continent by the Council of Europe and promoted and protected by it still. 50 years ago, last month, the Irish people voted to join what is now the European Union. But a quarter of a century before we did so, we lived and shaped European values. In London, in 1949, we were amongst the 10 original signatories to the statute that created the Council of Europe and the European Convention and Court of Human Rights. It was Ireland's request that resulted in a commitment to the pursuit of peace that was added to the statute's preamble. And it's that pursuit of peace and accountability for its violation which needs to occupy this chamber's minds today. Like President Cox, Secretary General Burić, and others here, I've visited Kyiv and I've walked the blackened streets of Bucha. Words can't capture the inhumanity of what the Kremlin has done there, what it continues to do today in Donbass. As Commissioner Mijaković put it, the violations of human rights and international humanitarian law are nothing short of staggering. I commend this Assembly for how you responded to this depravity. Regrettable as it was, your recommendation to expel the Russian Federation was the right one. Their disavowal of the Council's values and commitments left you with no alternative. In Ireland, we've long considered the Council as the conscience of Europe. Here, you acted as such. We need now to show the same conviction, the same conscience, the same urgency in supporting Ukraine. As Presidency of the Committee of Ministers, Ireland has no higher priority. The revised action plan the Secretary-General unveiled last month is an essential step. It recognises rightly that the Council is neither a security nor a humanitarian organisation, and we shouldn't try to be, and focuses on your core expertise, promoting democratic security. As Presidency, Ireland will support the plan and help to fund its delivery. Next month in Dublin, we will also seek to fast-track Ukraine's admission to the Council's Development Bank, building on the billions the bank has provided in loans to aid refugees and displaced Ukrainians across the continent today. But more is needed. I said it in Turin, I said it in Dublin, and I will say it again here in Strasbourg. The Council of Europe was founded in the wake of war on our continent. Now, in the wake of war again today, it is time for our heads of state and government to reconvene, to reaffirm our conviction in the rule of law, to recommit to the human rights enshrined in our convention, to answer autocracy by doubling down on democracy. President Cox and parliamentarians across this Assembly were the first to lead these calls. It was your call. And in Turin, I was heartened to hear minister after minister echo that sentiment. I know some harbour doubts still. That's the nature of politics and process. To them, I say simply, if not now, when? And if not us, who? In our lifetimes, in the lifetime of this Council, never has our continent needed its conscience more. We must rise to meet this moment. I commend Secretary-General Burić for doing just that, drawing on the work of this Assembly. The high-level group she has convened will reflect on what should constitute our summit's substance. In our former President, Mary Robinson, the group will benefit from the wisdom of a global champion of human rights, gender equality and climate justice, working with 6 other equally qualified people. Addressing this Assembly in the wake of the Council's first summit 3 decades ago, she described Strasbourg by invoking Ireland's mythical 5th province, or Cuig, as it is in the Irish language. This, she told your predecessors, is Europe's fifth province, the meeting point between East and West, the centre of humanist values. If we're to hold a fourth summit this year, Europe's fifth province might be a fitting location. And November, as we pass the presidency to our Icelandic friends, may be a fitting time. Other options exist, of course, and I'm a pragmatist on that. But whether in Strasbourg or Reykjavik, late this year or early next year, under our presidency or Iceland's, it matters less to me where the summit is held or under whose auspices. What matters is that we hold one, and we do so soon, and that we deliver real substance, framing the work of this body for years to come. And what might that substance be? Of course, the high-level group will provide its expert guidance, but let me offer some thoughts. I listened with intent to President Macron's speech in Strasbourg last month. In reflecting on the future of the EU, he called for the reinvigoration of our values and made a compelling case for defending the integrity of our democratic process and the rule of law everywhere across our territory. He spoke thoughtfully and with care to the challenges of enlargement and the need for creativity in addressing them. Reflecting on his comments, one thing seemed clear to me. However the debate on the future of the EU develops, the Council of Europe must be at its heart. The institutions share a flag and an anthem, a source of some confusion at times, but one that highlights how closely they align in values and in history. The Council of Europe predates the EU, of course, and serves a vital function independent of it. But it's true also that membership of the Council and adherence to the Convention are essential for any state's aspirations to membership of the EU. This was the case for Ireland half a century ago. It's the case for Ukraine and others today. Acknowledging this, our leaders should decide how we can better align the institutions' work, both in supporting those like Ukraine on their path to EU membership and in engaging states who, in one way or another, are failing to uphold the commitments that they have signed up to. To this end, a fourth summit should be the successful conclusion of negotiations concerning the accession of the EU to the European Convention on Human Rights, in line with the Lisbon Treaty. In the same spirit, our institutions and their members should recommit to tackling together the most egregious violations of human rights across our continent, and we are not short of examples of that. In September, Ireland will host a meeting of justice ministers devoted to countering domestic, sexual and gender-based violence. As Minister Baerbock suggested in Turin, a summit should see heads of state and government build on that, reviewing and renewing the pillars of the Istanbul Convention. Critically, it should also see us recommit to the Council's first principles, above all, the effective functioning of the European Court of Human Rights and the execution of its judgments everywhere. The court is where the conscience of Europe truly lies. Ireland was the first state to accept its jurisdiction, and we've always abided by it. Through the decades, we've had our share of judgments too. Some were historic. Several were, at their time, contentious. But all were respected. This was not always easy politically, but it was always right. Because a ruling ignored is a right infringed. And if we're selective in applying the rule of law, well then lawlessness will soon be the rule. Protecting the court and the convention has a special meaning for Ireland. In the wake of a violent past, John Hume and others pushed to ensure the institutions formed a cornerstone of the Good Friday Peace Agreement, signed nearly 25 years ago, serving to build and bolster public confidence in policing and political structures across Northern Ireland, badly needed at the time. Just last week, the Global Peace Index ranked Ireland as the world's third most peaceful country, a source of pride and a measure of how good the Good Friday Agreement has actually been for people and society across our island, north and south. We dare not imperil it, which is why we have reacted with such concern at the unilateral actions and legislation of the UK government in recent weeks on both legacy and also to disapply elements of an international treaty, which has a deep and difficult implication for Ireland. Of course, we continue to seek partnership through friendship as a neighbour, but also through dialogue and negotiation to resolve outstanding issues, which in my view are absolutely resolvable if both sides come to the table in that spirit. So to review, our summit should seek to redouble the Council's support for Ukraine, refocus relations with the EU, including through its accession to the Convention. It should recommit our leaders to first principles, above all the ruling of our court, and renew our collective determination to tackle the worst human rights abuses across our continent. Delivering such an agenda will require resources, and I'm determined that the Council of Europe should have those resources and not suffer for having had the courage to expel a significant contributor. As a member state, Ireland will play our part. This morning, alongside the Secretary-General, I announced a voluntary contribution of €865,000 towards a range of key presidency priorities, including the Action Plan for Ukraine, the Human Rights Trust Fund, the implementation of court rulings and the Istanbul Convention. We will help fill the gap in the Council's budget this year, and as Chair of the Committee of Ministers, lead negotiations to do the same for next year. The summit should see leaders, though, recommit to resourcing the institutions over the long term. We should not be wasting a lot of valuable time discussing, negotiating, and pleading for improved budgets. Beyond these, there are many other vital subjects that warrant consideration at a summit, but one seems to be particularly essential today. How should we engage with and support civil society and human rights defenders in countries like Belarus and Russia, states of this continent, but outside this Council? Alongside President Cox, Secretary-General Burić, and my Finnish counterpart, Pekka Haavisto. I had the honour, as many of you know, because you were here, of sharing a platform earlier with Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Last July, we had the privilege of welcoming her back to Ireland, where as a young woman, she spent many happy summers. While Belarus is not a member of the Council of Europe, the democratic opposition she leads, and which so many brave Belarusians back, represent this institution's best principles. For that reason and others, it is imperative that this body support her work and support her, and that we find ways to actively engage with those striving to promote our values in Minsk, Moscow, and beyond. I began these remarks quoting a great Derry City person, an Irish person, but let me end by doing something similar. Like John Hume, Seamus Heaney is an Irish poet, which many will know, but who knew Strasbourg well and lived the values it represents. One of his most celebrated works is entitled From the Republic of Conscience. Dedicated to Amnesty International, it ends with the refrain that the embassies of that republic were everywhere, but operated independently, and no ambassador would ever be relieved. As all here know, Svetlana's husband, Sergei, is one of many prisoners of conscience in Belarus today. An ambassador in many ways for the rights that we all cherish. I hope he will be relieved before too long. But I know the sacrifice he is making for his people and their cause. Today, in his honor and in Seamus Heaney's memory, I want to present a print of that special verse to President Cox and to this Assembly, framed in solid oak, which I think is appropriate, from our Republic to your Council, the conscience of Europe. Thank you, President. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, to end your excellent intervention in this assembly with a poem that I will carefully study, and I will learn lessons from it. I'm quite sure. As you are in a parliamentary assembly, Mr. Minister, you know that parliamentarians like to listen, but they also like to react and to answer and ask questions. So. We now will have questions from the Assembly, and we begin with the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and then we have a long list of other delegates who want to ask you questions. Asking questions does not mean making statements, and speaking time is limited to 1 minute. First, I call on behalf of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Mr. Frank Schwabe from Germany. Frank, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Minister. Thank you very much for your chairmanship and your leadership. And you mentioned the fourth summit, something what is really, in a way, hopefully at the end, historical for this organization, historical in a very good way. And for sure, we don't need to renew our values, because the values are good. We have to renew the willingness to fight for those values and to make very clear that all those countries have to follow 100% those values and at the end the judgments of the court. This process is very important and it should be inclusive as possible. A lot of parts of the organization, a lot of countries would like to be part to prepare this for a summit, this assembly for sure as well. And I really ask you to do everything that we could be part of it. And I would like to ask you how you can take care that we can be heard with our position in this process.
Mr. Minister.
Okay, there we are. Sorry, apologies. You'd think I've been in enough parliaments now to be able to work the microphones. I just want to thank Frank for that question, and I think it's a very fair question. If we're going to have a fourth summit, it's got to work. And so it shouldn't be rushed. But at the same time, it shouldn't be put off unnecessarily either because of procedures and processes. And I know that given the political time of year that we're now about to enter in terms of coming into the summer months, it is in some ways a more difficult thing to do to plan for something as significant as 46 heads of state coming together with a very clear agenda, with very clear outputs planned for and delivered. And that's what needs to happen. But it's also got to be fully inclusive. So if this is going to be a new direction for the Council of Europe, well then all of the institutions within the Council of Europe need to contribute to that. So what's happened to date is, first of all, this concept or this idea came from this chamber. It was then effectively approved by ministers in Turin, and the Secretary General was given a very clear direction to move quickly on that. and she has done that in a very impressive way by putting together a group of wise people to be able to advise us on a future direction, and most of them are heads of state or former foreign ministers in different countries around the continent of Europe. There are 7 of them. They meet for the first time next week. I think, and we've had some conversations with you, President, on this, I think it's important that we find a way of ensuring that there's a structured engagement also with the Assembly to make sure that the perspectives that are debated and discussed and held here are factored into the considerations of this group. The idea of the group, though, is that they are independent of all of us. You know, ministers aren't going to be trying to influence it. The Parliamentary Assembly, I think, should input into it to make sure that their issues are part of the considerations. But then, of course, we will get a set of recommendations back. So this body is not a decision-making body, it's an advisory body. And those recommendations will come back then for decision to ministers, and obviously for consultation as well with the Parliamentary Assembly. So the process is underway, and it remains to be seen what is a realistic timeline for how we deliver a 4th summit of this Council of Europe. But I think, you know, it would be extraordinary if, given the current challenges that our continent faces, we couldn't organize ourselves to persuade heads of government to come and make a clear, unambiguous commitment to the values and, of course, the law that actually is enshrined in the Council of Europe and its mandate and remit. So I think this is important. I think this is a moment in history. And really the question we have to ask ourselves, is the Council of Europe going to be part of that? Or are we going to leave it to others, other multilateral fora or individual countries? And that really is the question. And I think, hopefully from what I said today, you know the answer that Ireland wants to promote, which is let's get on with this and let's manage in a practical way to try and deliver a new vision and also a reinvigorated sort of sense of energy around the Council of Europe and all of its institutions together to be a force for good and a protector of both democracy and people's human rights on our continent.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The next question comes from someone with whom you are quite familiar, Mr. Joe O'Reilly from Ireland. He speaks on behalf of the EPP CD group. Joe, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. I welcome you here, Minister Coveney, on behalf of the EPP. Now to my question. In what way does the proposed unilateral legislation on the protocol by the UK government put the Good Friday Agreement at risk? Does the Minister think a workable compromise can still be reached? And on a related matter, Minister, if the British government were to leave the European Convention on Human Rights, has this also implications for the Good Friday Agreement, which is underpinned by that convention? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Minister.
I agree, Joe.
I'm impressed by your timing there, Joe, right on the bell. First of all, can I say that it's really unfortunate that we have to talk about this issue at all, given the scale of the other challenges that we face on this continent right now. Hundreds of people dying every day, millions of people on the move because of war in Ukraine. The extraordinary challenges that the people of Belarus face. And I could name other big issues that we need to deal with together. But we do have to respond to this issue. I want to respond in a positive way rather than a critical one. I believe that if both the British government and the EU engage seriously, I believe we can resolve the problems of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which of course is enshrined in the Withdrawal Treaty, which is international law. The way not to proceed is for the British government to continue on the road that it is currently travelling on, which is to unilaterally introduce legislation to disapply international law. I think that is going to cause a lot more problem than it solves. But I think with some goodwill,
and a rebuilding of trust, it is possible to respond to the legitimate concerns of many in Northern Ireland who want to see the protocol, which was agreed between all sides and ratified and signed up to, but to see that implemented with a lot of flexibility and pragmatism to respond to genuine concerns amongst many in the unionist community in Northern Ireland. I think we can accommodate those concerns, but we need the British government as a partner, and at the moment we don't have that, if I'm honest. The peace process on the island of Ireland has always worked best when the British and Irish governments worked together. We're willing to compromise and provide a platform for both dialogue and compromise for the political parties in Northern Ireland, which have a deeply divisive past. And we need to get back to that space of partnership as opposed to provocation, which unfortunately is the space we're in right now. Yes, Joe, is the answer. Can these issues be solved through negotiation? I believe they can. And if negotiation doesn't succeed, then I think we're in a very difficult space, because this problem doesn't go away. If you remove elements of international law that were agreed and put in place for good reason to solve problems, then you reopen those problems. And that's where this will go, which is the last thing we want between Britain and Ireland and between the UK and the EU. So we're up for discussion, compromise, and hopefully agreement, and I hope we'll be able to do that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The next question will be asked by Alexander Dundee from the United Kingdom, and he speaks on behalf of the ECDA group. Alexander.
Although Minister, although Russia and its government have left the Council of Europe, nevertheless, what plans does the Irish presidency have? Firstly, to increase support for democracy among the peoples of Russia and Belarus, their civil society and media, and secondly, for launching now such initiatives which may then be continued by successive Council of Europe national presidencies.
Thank you, Alexander. Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Lord Dunley. I appreciate that question. If I'm honest, I think it's a difficult question to give a credible answer on, because when a country leaves the Council of Europe, holding them to account under the structures of the Council of Europe becomes increasingly difficult, which is why I think the call that we heard earlier today for increased involvement with civil society structures, with forces for democracy in both Belarus and Russia, I think needs to be a new and proactive strategy for this Council. I also think we need to continue to raise the profile of political prisoners and the causes that they have been imprisoned for. So I think it is about speaking out. It's about linkages with other institutions as well. Ireland is a small country, but we have influence beyond our size at the moment because of the positions we hold. We sit on the UN Security Council. We obviously hold the presidency of one of the institutions of the Council of Europe, and we're a very vocal voice within the EU as well. So I think this is about countries that believe in democratic standards and the rule of law and multilateralism, applying as much pressure as they possibly can on Russia in particular to end this barbaric war that we are seeing in Ukraine as soon as possible. And I think multilateralism is really being tested in that regard, and we need to ensure that this institution, along with others, work together to try and bring that about.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now you have to watch to the screen, because the next question comes online. As you know, that we have allowed our Ukrainian delegation to participate either here or online due to the war situation the country is in. Next question will be asked by Madam Yulia Ovshinnikova from Ukraine, and she speaks on behalf of the ALDE group. Yulia, are you with us? Yes, you are there.
Dear President, dear Minister, are you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Concerning the political presence in the Russian Federation, my question is about possible steps for free people who spread the truth about Russian invasion in Ukraine, like Vladimir Kara-Murza. Do you believe that global community can do anything for Vladimir? And the next part is Ukrainian kidnappings. Ukrainian kids, they are kept as political prisoners, like Vlad Buryak, son of the head of Zaporizhian District of Administration, Oleg Buryak. What Council of Europe should do now for a free Vlad? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yulia. The connection was good. The voice was, I hope that the minister could understand the question.
First of all, Yulia, thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I'm sure you have a lot on your mind, as indeed do all of your political colleagues in Ukraine right now. Let me try and answer your question. First of all, on the kidnapping of children and on effectively the deportation of populations from parts of eastern Ukraine into Russia. I think that is really concerning. It seems to me that it's history repeating itself. You go to a country like Estonia and they'll tell you of their own experience of losing almost 20% of their population after the Second World War, that effectively were forcibly removed and some disappeared. And we are seeing a similar approach now. It's very hard to put our finger on the actual numbers involved, but whatever the number is, it's far too many. And I think one of the things that the Council of Europe can do is raise the profile and the illegality of forcibly moving people on the justification that Russia seems to be putting out there. And I think more generally, we have not been good enough during this war at responding to disinformation. We had a debate on this in the EU amongst foreign ministers this week, whether it's across the continent of Africa, whether it's across Latin America. The blame for food shortages and increased food prices is often being targeted at sanctions and the EU and others for imposing sanctions, as opposed to targeting Russia for continuing an illegal conflict. So I think we need to become more vocal and more organized in terms of responding to disinformation more generally. And in terms of those who have been put in jail for speaking out, I think the best thing we can do for them is keep talking about them, so that they know they're not forgotten, and that we continue to highlight these issues in a way that makes Russia feel uncomfortable, if that's possible, on all of the multilateral organizations that they continue to sit on.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And the last question on behalf of the political groups comes from a person with whom you are also familiar, Mr. Paul Gavin from Ireland, and he speaks on behalf of the UEL group. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister. It's good to see you. You're very welcome. The Irish presidency has identified as a priority the importance of youth participation. Does the Minister intend, on behalf of the Council of Europe, to support the rights of Palestinian children who have known no other life than that lived under military occupation? Many Palestinian children are exposed to dangers on a daily basis due to attacks on schools. The Norwegian Refugee Council reports an average of 10 attacks on education per month by Israeli authorities. Today, the occupied Palestinian territories is regarded as one of the riskiest places on earth for children to go to school. Minister, will you hold Israel to account for these crimes against Palestinian children?
Mr. Minister.
Thanks, Paul, for that question. And I know you and I have debated these issues in the Irish Parliament as well. And as you know, I have very strong views on this. I think one of the great injustices in the world today, which has been continued for far too long, is the continued occupation of Palestinian lands and the expansion of settlements, the demolition of properties, the forced eviction of families from their own lands. Not only, in my view, is it illegal, but it's also immoral. And it is going to lead to yet another cycle of violence and killing between Israelis and Palestinians if we can't find a way to turn the tide. Honestly, I'm not sure what the Council of Europe can do in relation to this particular issue, but I can assure you on the UN Security Council and within the EU, in terms of our relationship with both Israel and Palestine, we are raising these issues very directly. If there are ways within the remit and jurisdiction of the Council of Europe that we can credibly raise some of these issues, well, then I'm certainly open to suggestions there, but I think it'll probably be other formats that'll be most impactful, if I'm honest. Israel is an important partner for the continent of Europe, but so too is Palestine. We need to find a way of breaking a cycle of misery, which is continuing to impact on young Palestinians. I've been to many Palestinian schools, and by the way, we continue to increase our funding for UNRWA and for other education programs across Palestinian territories. But the truth here is that this is a political challenge. And I think we need to find ways of being more effective. The place to start is to speak with one single voice so that Israel would listen. That hasn't been possible, I'm afraid, on the continent of Europe for quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. If you allow us now, we will have 3 questions combined, and then you answer the 3 delegates. Prochaine question vient de M. Alain Milon de la France. Alain?
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Ministre, dans le cadre de sa présidence du Comité des ministres, l'Irlande a mis l'accent sur la mise en œuvre de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et le travail de la Cour. Malheureusement, on observe régulièrement des critiques concernant les décisions rendues par cette Cour. Pouvez-vous nous faire part de votre vision concernant les moyens de renforcer la crédibilité des décisions de cet organe fondamental pour l'organisation, notamment dans la perspective d'un futur sommet des chefs d'État?
Merci, Alain. And the next question comes from Mr. Ruben Rubinian from Armenia. Ruben?
Thank you, Minister. I would like to welcome you and extend our support to the Irish presidency in the pursuit of our shared goals. On September 1st in Galway, the Irish presidency will organize a conference dedicated to the effective application of ECHR decisions in so-called grey zones. Do you consider, Minister, to engage and to hear also directly from the individuals from Nagorno-Karabakh and similar areas whose human rights we all are trying to protect better? Thank you.
Thank you. And the third question comes from Mr. Barna Zygmunt from Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, enlargement policy is a very important dimension of the European Union. At the external borders of the Union, peace, stability, security remain still a challenge. Therefore, the European integration is crucially important. These countries see prosperity and security for themselves in the European Union, and Europe must show that this is the case. Many states in Europe are calling to grant candidate status for Ukraine, Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Georgia. Your Excellency, what is your opinion on this issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barna. Mr. Minister?
Yeah, so first of all, if member states of the Council of Europe who are signatories to the Convention on Human Rights and who are committed to the European Court of Human Rights, if they themselves can't respect judgments because it's politically difficult or inconvenient for them to do so, well, then they undermine the credibility of our whole structure. And I think it's very important that if we do hold a leaders' summit, that first and foremost there is a really clear, unambiguous declaration from every leader that if there is a ruling in the European Court of Human Rights, well, then it will be respected in all of the member states of the Council of Europe. Without that, we're going nowhere. Because if countries can say, well, sorry, we'll implement this one, but we won't implement that one because we don't like it, or it's awkward, or it's costly, well then the whole purpose of having an international benchmark in terms of rule of law and standards is undermined. And I know that from my own country, because some of the rulings that the European Court of Human Rights has made in relation to Ireland at the time were highly controversial, or for some anyway, they were highly controversial. Looking back on them now, people wonder what all the fuss was about. But in truth, that was part of our journey to EU membership. Recognizing diversity, difference of opinion, freedom of expression, the rule of law, independence of the judiciary, separating church and state, everything from sexual orientation to immigration issues and so on. So I know these issues aren't always easy politically, but the whole point of having a court that makes independent rulings on the basis of interpreting a convention that we've all signed up to is that then becomes the benchmark. Not to be questioned or undermined politically, but it is the benchmark upon which we should build policy. If we don't have that basic principle, then I think everyone in this chamber needs to start asking themselves some pretty fundamental questions as to what we're doing here. So I hope I'm clear enough on that. And by the way, that is not me having a go at one or more member states, by the way. It's just a point of principle that I think is important to say. In relation to Nagorno-Karabakh, so we are organising a conference on the west coast of Ireland in a city called Galway, which is lovely. For any of you who haven't been there, you should travel. And the focus is actually on this difficult area of grey areas. So how does the Council of Europe and its bodies impact positively on protecting human rights in areas where there is ambiguity in terms of sovereignty or democratic accountability or political control and so on? It's a particularly difficult area, and the example that you raise is, I think, will probably be a focal point at that conference because it's an obvious area for discussion. The final point then is on enlargement. I have very strong personal views on this issue. I know how my country has just been transformed by its membership of the European Union. Not only economically and from a trade perspective, which has been dramatic in its own right, but also in terms of quality of life, on gender issues, on workers' rights issues, on environmental issues. So much of modern Ireland today has been changed and transformed by adherence to agreed common positions within the European Union. And that has given extraordinary stability through very, very difficult times. And I want that stability for other countries in Europe who desperately yearn for it. And those opportunities too, to travel, to work, to study, to trade, to look for the protections of the EU. I don't think it's a coincidence, by the way, that Ukraine has prioritized EU membership over NATO membership, because they see the extraordinary value that it can bring in the future. So my view is that any country on the continent of Europe that is willing to make the changes to meet the benchmarks needed to join the European Union should be welcomed into that process, on that journey, and should be assisted. And that's why Ireland is a very strong supporter of the pathway to EU membership for Ukraine, for Moldova, for Georgia, for the Western Balkans more generally. And I hope we can work and partner with countries on a bilateral basis, but also continue to make a credible case within the EU system. I think most countries want that. Of course, there's caution, because expanding too quickly does create huge potential risk. But I think we owe it to countries that want to make that journey to give them the opportunity to do so. Is it difficult to get into the EU? Yes, it is. Should it be difficult to get into the EU in terms of the standards that you're expected to meet? Yes, it should. But if countries and democratic systems are willing to make those changes, well, then they should be welcomed and supported and funded and given the opportunity for the extraordinary stability and progress that so many of us who are privileged to be in the European Union have felt over the decades that we've been there. So I hope that's a clear answer. I think it is.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We can have 3 more questions. I think that the schedule allows that. First, I call Mr. Rafael Husseinov from Azerbaijan. Rafael.
Thank you, President. Dear Minister, it is commendable that not only the present but also the future of democracy, and in this context, attention to the future of Europe, children, youth, and global education is among the priorities of the Irish chairmanship. The younger generation of journalists in member states is an important tool that can be a bridge in this direction, but they also need to constantly improve their professionalism in order to become a worthy force in the democratic process. Which decisive steps can Ireland take during its chairmanship in order to make this fragmentary work that has hitherto existed as an element of separate projects grow into a stable and systematic process? Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. The next question comes again from someone you are familiar with, Mr. Minister, Madam Fiona O'Loughlin. Fiona?
Thank you, Mr. President. You're very welcome, Minister Coveney. As you know, this is Pride Month, and it's 53 years since the start of the modern LGBT rights movement on the streets of New York. Much has changed since then, but sadly not enough. And there are many within the LGBTI community in Europe who are isolated, harassed, stigmatized and bullied because of their sexual identity. Increasingly, we are seeing a rise in homophobia, transphobia and violence against the LGBTI community across Europe. And there's many countries where same-sex marriage is not legal and where rainbow families are not accepted. The fight continues and the cause endures. How do you propose to ensure that to tackle discrimination, build inclusive societies and ensure equality rights for the LGBT community will be first and foremost during the Irish presidency? Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. And the last question comes from Madam Laura Castel from Spain.
Thank you, Chair. One of the challenges of this organization is Supreme Courts rejecting to implement European Court judgments. This paves the way to the government of judges. We need a stronger sanction in proceedings, maybe disciplinary responsibility for the court involved, and ineligibility for the judges. What is your opinion of this as a way to combat this lack of implementation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. Minister, you still have 5 minutes to respond, and then we have to close, because then the Secretary General is taking the floor.
I certainly won't stand in her way anyway, I can assure you. First of all, the first question around involving young people, education, getting youth involved in the right kind of politics in terms of progress and so on. I think what I'd say there is that I think members of the Council of Europe should share what works and what doesn't with each other. We've had extraordinary social change in Ireland, which actually leads into Fiona's questions as well. The fact that an Irish minister or an Irish parliamentarian would be standing up and speaking so forcefully on Pride Week in defence of the right to sexual identity and so on is probably not something you would have heard 20 or 30 years ago, maybe, but not universally across the Irish political system. One of the things that has worked very well for us is to set up what are called citizens' assemblies, which effectively are bodies that are normally headed by a senior judge, but then invite members of the public into debate over a lengthy period of time, controversial and difficult social issues, exploring opportunities, but also debunking myths and so on. And it's been a process that has led to a lot of political change, facilitated that change in a way that has been far less adversarial than perhaps we thought it might be on some very difficult issues like abortion and different types of family structures, LGBTQI plus rights and so on. And I just think one of the things we should do in this in this body because it's so diverse in terms of different countries with different approaches to so many things, and we need to try and respect that diversity, but we should also share experience, because certainly I can say that the case study of my own country in terms of social change and the debates, often incredibly divisive, that have led to that social change is an interesting case study in itself, which of course we're very happy to share. The truth is that discriminating against somebody on the basis of their sexuality is illegal. So let's just be clear about this. This is not a policy decision, it's the law. So any form of discrimination against somebody on the basis of skin color or sexual identity or culture or religion and so on is something that the European Court of Human Rights needs to be and is quite clear on. But beyond that, it's about building political consensus, I think, about the need for tolerance, diversity, and progress. And particularly this week, I think that's something we should focus on, because there are many who still suffer on this continent because of their sexual identity, and even more who hide it because of that persecution. The final question then, I have to apologize because it's hard for me to comment on this without seeing an actual legal case. So, of course, courts in our own member states have an obligation to make rulings that are consistent, I think, with the European Court of Human Rights. That's what the Convention requires of us all. But I'd have to see individual examples of the issues that you're raising, maybe before I could give an accurate commentary on it, because there may be a legal reason for a High Court to give an alternative ruling or whatever. But I mean, in general, the whole point of having an internationally respected convention is that becomes the benchmark then for other court judgments within different jurisdictions in a way that's consistent with the Convention on Human Rights. And you know, if you look at our peace agreement, for example, the European Convention on Human Rights is central to the implementation of that peace agreement in terms of how people's rights are protected and so on, linked to its implementation. And it's been one of the reasons why I think many people have trusted that agreement through some difficult years since it was agreed. So those protections, I think, are important for the future as well. So two things I would say. One is governments shouldn't be legislating in a way that they know is inconsistent with rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. And secondly, the expectation, of course, is that court rulings would also be consistent with that convention.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. This concludes the questions of our colleagues to you and your intervention in this hemicycle, but we are looking forward to see you back in October, hopefully, to update us on developments with regard to the evaluation of the functioning of the Council of Europe and the progress made with preparations of the 4th summit. For now, thank you very much for being here with us. We appreciated it very much. I now go to the next item, and the next item is the questions to our Secretary General, Madam Marija Pejčinović Burić. I remind the Assembly that questions have to be limited to 30 seconds. We agreed in the Political Affairs, in the Presidential Committee and with the Secretary General that we will take the first 5 questions of political groups together so that the Secretary General can combine her answer to these questions. The first question comes from Madam Selin Sayek-Böke from Turkey on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. Selin.
Thank you very much, dear Secretary General. On behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, we'd like to hear your views on the role of PACE in the 4th summit, specifically in your capacity as the Secretary General. How will you ensure an inclusive as possible process in terms of both all countries and all parts of the organization being involved? And how do you plan to ensure the well-placed active role for PACE and sufficient time for a fruitful collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. The next question comes from Madam Ria Oomen-Ruijten from the Netherlands on behalf of the EPP CD Group. Ria.
I'm sorry. It doesn't cost me time, I hope, Mr. Chairman. Dear Secretary General, are you willing to look at the composition of the reflection group and prepared to a change with a reflection to this Assembly? And for the rest, can you also assure to us that this group in the Conference on the Future of Europe will have a strict observation in the Council's statutory second pillar, and that is this Assembly? And do you also agree with us that regarding Council's communication policy, firm steps must be taken internally and externally to ensure targeted highlighting of the role and values of our organization?
Thank you, Ria. The third question comes from Mr. Barna Paul Zygmunt from Hungary, and he speaks on behalf of the European Conservatives. Barna?
Madam President, in Central European countries like Hungary, millions of people fleeing in front of the Russian aggression have been received with open arms. We stand in unity and solidarity with the refugees from Ukraine. On the other hand, our southern borders are under attack by illegal migrants, crossing numerous safe countries and trying to enter our countries by force. In our understanding, there should be a differentiation. In one hand, we have to take care of the defenseless refugees. On the other hand, we must protect our external borders. Madam Secretary General, what is your opinion on these aspects? Thank you.
Thank you, Barna. And the fourth question comes from Mr. Julian Bulai from Romania, and he speaks on behalf of the ALDE Group. Julian?
Dear Mr. Secretary General, congratulations on planning this summit for the future of the Council of Europe. Times of crisis means times of opportunities. We all support this initiative and understand the interest of High Reflection Working Group. We regret, though, the absence of representatives from Eastern European countries, Balkans, Baltics, Caucasus, and very important Muslim countries. We need to have a clear agreement about the way we work for the first part of the preparation. Classical trilogues are not sufficient. Starting now, we will organize ourselves within PACE to come up with concrete proposals, but we have to agree consequently on the way to work directly with you, with the Committee of Ministers and with the High Reflection Group till October. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. And the last question on behalf of the political groups before the Secretary General is going to answer these five comes from Mr. André Hunko from Germany on behalf of the United European Left.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Frau Generalsekretärin, der australische Journalist Julian Assange ist schon über 3 Jahre im Hochsicherheitsgefängnis in Belmarsh und fürchtet seine Auslieferung in die USA, wo ihm 175 Jahre Gefängnis drohen, wegen der Veröffentlichung von Kriegsverbrechen, was im allgemeinen Interesse ist. Diese Versammlung hat im Januar 2020 die sofortige Freilassung gefordert. Auch die Menschenrechtskommissarin hat sich noch jüngst in einem Brief an die britische Innenministerin Priti Patel für die Nichtauslieferung ausgesprochen. Frau Generalsekretärin, was können Sie tun, um dieses Unrecht zu beenden? Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, André. Did you get the last question as well, Madam Secretary General? Then I give you the floor to answer these 5.
Thank you very much. So let me start with the summit combined with the reflection group, because though they are not one depending on the other, but the reflection group is supposed to feed the reflection on the summit. I think the chair of the Committee of Ministers was very clear how the Committee of Ministers in Turin decided how to proceed regarding both. First, regarding the summit. So the idea of the summit came from this chamber, and it was very important, and I think very good for Committee of Ministers to take this recommendation and then to have first reflection on that. On my part, I was very vocal at all stances that I think it's very important to have the 4th summit, and in that respect, we, I think, agree. It is also very important to prepare it well, but it is also very important to seize the momentum, because now we live in a particular time for Europe, in time of crisis, time of war, time where many of our values are questioned. So if we are to rely on the experiences which were taken for the preparation of first 3 summits, and the last one was in 2005, I think it would be difficult to rely on the ways how it was dealt previously. However, when we come to the reflection group and the idea of the reflection group, at each of these stages, as well as at the stages of important reform or thinking of important reform for the Council of Europe, there was always one way to prepare reflection inside the Council of Europe by a person or persons coming, as the minister very kindly explained, as an outside, so an outside look, external look to what is needed to be done. So there was a past where there was only one person working on that. When the Committee of Ministers came with this proposal, and actually if you read decisions from the Turin, it's very clear they tasked me to set up the group and to inform the Committee of Ministers accordingly. So I did exactly as it was written and it was asked by the Committee of Ministers. I reacted quite swiftly, and as I shared with the Bureau in Dublin, and I think our conversation was on different issues very long, more than 2 hours, I told you at that stage what criteria and how I intend to proceed. And on Monday at the Bureau here, I informed you of the group that consists of 7 people who are really coming from the ranks of presidents, former prime ministers, former deputy prime ministers, ministers of foreign affairs. So actually, the highly qualified group, because for me, the message was clear. There needs to be, they are not government representatives, they are not representatives only of their own quality as people who in the past served very important, they took and had very important offices and who had a lot of experience in human rights, but also in multilateral work. So I believe that this group of 7 people that I have been, I informed the Committee of Ministers, but also Bureau of the Parliamentary Assembly, is well balanced and can produce a good result. But this is only a body that will present recommendations, as it was the case in previous times where the Council of Europe asked for such a group, and such a group has produced recommendations. And as you can imagine, there may be more recommendation that would be could be eventually taken on further by the Council of Europe. But now coming back to the summit, ministers, many ministers were very vocal on the need to summon up the new summit. However, another decision of the Turin Ministerial is that ministers tasked the deputies sitting at the CM to start discussion on the summit. So formal discussion, discussion informally and formally started, but the decision hasn't been taken for that. And I just recall that for deciding on the summit, it needs to be done by the Committee of Ministers and by all countries agreeing on that. So we are now 46. And I hope that the Committee of Ministers can come up with that. But more than that, I cannot say now. I know that from what I see, we need to balance between the momentum and seizing this opportunity to move forward, and actually to show the strength, unity that we showed already when we expelled Russian Federation when it was right to do so. And I hope with the same determination and with the same unity and with the same idea to make Council of Europe credible, more strong and more prepared for these, the new challenges that we are having ahead. I hope that this decision for the summit will be taken and that feed in by this reflection group would certainly ease that task, but ultimately, of course, is for the Council of Europe to decide how to move forward. In that, it is clear that we need to be inclusive, that Parliamentary Assembly needs to voice its part of concerns or proposals for the future of the Council of Europe. So, as I said, for the reflection group, when I meet with them next week, I will certainly convey this message that it is important while working that they include in some way some inputs from the Parliamentary Assembly on the way how to probably or eventually do that. We need to discuss, but certainly once the group has finished, I need to present the results to the Committee of Ministers, and that cannot be later, as the decisions say, than the next passing over from this chairmanship, so it's from Irish chairmanship to the Icelandic one. So there is a short period of time ahead of me. That is why I needed to act very quickly if the group is to produce a meaningful result. And I can assure you that at whatever stage there would be my feeling that is important to convey you the message or to come into discussion with you, I will do so as I have always done. But the task of forming the group and responsibility of for forming the group and for their helping them and assisting the way how they will work. This has been tasked on me so that task is for the Secretary General. For the communication policies, of course, I agree in today's world with more and more social media and information being given and provided and consumed in a different way than only probably 10 years ago. We need to adjust our systems. So in order to do that, I have already tasked the Deputy Secretary General and the group he led for streamlining our social media, because as you may know, the social media are probably the most used today and will continue to be so, so that at this moment we have too many social media by too many entities that are used across the Council of Europe, and some streamlining in that work needs to be done in order that the messages are coherent and that they do not confuse, and actually that whoever wants to use information knows how to get it and can get it easily. On the side of generally communicating, I think that the events of this year, in particular, horrible aggression of Russian Federation on Ukraine, and the fact that we are so far the only international organization that has excluded Russian Federation from its ranks, and again very quickly so, it puts us under the lights of many media that otherwise probably we would have been in a much more difficult situation to get through. So as one of the ministers, when we were discussing in Turin on the summit, but also on the other part, on internal policy, as one minister said, if before in my country people would confuse European Council, Council of European Union and Council of Europe, now that country and people in that country, they know which is the Council of Europe because of this very important decision that has been taken, and it passed through, so that means that also communication was very clear. Also linked with the issue, and I think the most visible at the moment action that we have is relating to assisting Ukraine with regard to the war. So I was there for the Europe Day, and rightly so, as I mentioned earlier, because we wanted to send the message that Ukraine is Europe and will be Europe, and that we will do everything to assist our member state, Ukraine, for its European endeavor. Now for the questions of refugees. The question started with refugees from Ukraine, and rightly so, because it has been unprecedented and unseen, the number of people fleeing Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and also it continues. So it has never been in such a short period of time so many people that cross the borders. And of course, first were the first countries that were at the Ukrainian borders, meaning Poland at the head, Slovak Republic, Czech Republic, Hungary, Moldovan Republic of Moldova, but also later on all the other member states started to receive Ukrainian refugees. Now, how the Council of Europe can assist in what is right for how to protect those who should be protected under the European Convention on Human Rights or other international treaties that are very clear on that. I think from our point of view, it's crucial to apply the standards of the Council of Europe, namely European Convention on Human Rights, but then also some other anti-trafficking conventions if violations are happening to women and girls, Istanbul Convention, Lanzarote Convention to protect kids, and so on. So I think we have a number of instruments at hand that are of the Council of Europe standards, and also at the recent Turin ministerial, the ministers decided and adopted the recommendation on refugee, migrant women and girls, recommending to member states how to deal and how to assist the best way and in accordance with the European standards to those who will find themselves in a difficult position. I myself, I have a special representative on migration and refugees who is nowadays very, very active in assisting neighboring, in particular neighboring member states of Ukraine, on how to assist from the point of view how to apply our standards, but also she is willing and can also go to other member states to assist them with this. So from the point of Council of Europe, it is important that whatever countries at their border do when it comes to refugees and migrants, it's in accordance with the applicable European standards of the Council of Europe, but also international standards. Now for the situation of Mr. Assange. As I mentioned in earlier occasions when it was asked, whoever finds him or herself on the territory of the Council of Europe member state should be protected in accordance to the European Convention on Human Rights. Of course, I'm following that there is the procedure that you described in your question. That also the Home Secretary decided to extradite Mr. Assange, although the Commissioner on Human Rights rightly called not to do so, as he may be in danger, possible danger for ill treatment, but also more generally that it may be chilling for media freedom. But having said that, there is an appeal, as far as I know, on the national level by Mr. Assange, and he can also appeal ultimately to the Strasbourg court. And as the Secretary General, I think at this point I would not comment anymore because as long as there are remedies, and there are, the ECHR is one and a possible last instance that can take place. I think I should refrain as the Secretary General to comment on that.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Half an hour is short, but we still can take 3 more questions if we are, and we group them. La prochaine question vient de Madame Nicole Trist de la France. Nicole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame la Secrétaire Générale, je vais aller directement à la question. J'aimerais, si c'est possible, je sais que vous êtes allé en Ukraine le mois dernier, me semble-t-il. Est-ce que vous pourriez nous informer de la teneur de vos entretiens et nous donner des précisions sur les conséquences, c'est-à-dire sur les perspectives tracées pour le Conseil de l'Europe, d'une part auprès de la population ukrainienne, mais également dans la collaboration que nous voulons renforcer avec l'Union européenne là-bas, puisqu'on sait que l'Ukraine souhaite adhérer à l'Union européenne. Comment on peut, si vous pouvez m'expliquer un peu comment tout ça va s'enclencher, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Merci, Nicole. Next question comes from Madam Emin Günay. Emin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Madam Secretary General, today we are discussing a very important report about security in Europe. As you may know, there are 2 significant recommendations on the basis of democratic security in the report. First is to set up a democratic resilience initiative which will monitor democratic developments in the member states. And second, an early warning mechanism. In this regard, I would like to ask, what is your approach to these 2 mechanisms? Could they provide concrete solutions to democratic backsliding in Europe, or rather, do you think that we could get more tangible results from the current institutions and mechanisms by empowering and strengthening them, such as the Venice Commission, Greco, and CPT? Thank you.
Thank you, Emin. And the last question comes from Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. Alexei.
Thank you, Mr. President. My questions are next. Awful situation is in occupied Ukrainian territories occupied by Russia. Murders, sexual violence, disappearance, filtration camps like in times of Nazi Germany. What is the role of Council of Europe to help to protect those people who are on occupied territories? And secondly, we have thousands of Ukrainian prisoners today, first of all from Azovstal, from Mariupol. What can be the role of Council of Europe to help first to protect them now and secondly to exchange them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 not so easy questions, Madam Secretary General. Nevertheless, I have to say to you as well as to Minister Coveney, you have 5 minutes for the answers, because then we have to continue with our agenda. You have the floor, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame Triss, pour la question sur ce qu'on a fait, et merci d'évoquer encore une fois la question de la visite en Ukraine. En fait, c'était ma 3e visite dans moins d'1 an. J'étais à la plateforme de Crimée, j'étais au mois de novembre pour une visite officielle, et j'étais, comme je l'ai déjà dit, pour le 9 mai pour une visite à Kiev, qui avait et dans chaque de cette instance, en fait, j'avais beaucoup d'échanges avec mes interlocuteurs, mais comme vous pouvez l'imaginer, d'abord pour les 2 premiers, on a beaucoup insisté sur l'aspect de réforme, sur l'application de la mise en œuvre de notre plan d'action qu'on avait déjà pour certains temps en Ukraine. Tandis que le dernier était d'abord une visite où j'ai voulu montrer la solidarité et l'appui du Conseil de l'Europe auprès des autorités, du président Zelensky et des autorités ukrainiennes, mais aussi auprès du peuple ukrainien. Mais une partie importante de cette visite était de finaliser le plan d'action ajusté, parce que ce qu'on avait mis en place avant devait être vite vite changé et adapté à la situation sur le terrain. Donc les deux ont bien marché, donc c'était le comité des ministres finalement qui a adopté ce plan d'action. Mais ce qu'on fait sur le terrain et ce qu'on a fait dès le début, c'était d'assister la procureure générale dans la collecte des preuves qui pourront être utilisées dans le futur quand il y aura, et certainement il y aura le moment où la guerre est finie et les instances, soit nationales, soit internationales, juridiques, vont s'en occuper de regarder, de juger ceux qui sont responsables pour les horreurs qui se passent en Ukraine pour l'instant. Pour ce qui est de plus, on voulait soutenir aussi, même pendant le temps de guerre, la bonne gouvernance, qu'il s'agit au niveau régional, local ou national, et bien sûr aussi pour la bonne gouvernance des instances juridiques, parce que et c'est bien ça qui se passe. Et il y avait même les demandes de la part des cours en Ukraine qui nous ont demandé de leur aider ou de trouver les experts qui pourront les aider de travailler dans les conditions de guerre, donc où il y a certaines parties de justice qu'ils n'ont jamais pu connaître et qu'ils doivent assumer la responsabilité de le faire maintenant. Donc aussi la protection de médias, j'en avais parlé un petit peu aujourd'hui lors de l'inauguration d'un événement sur l'Ukraine et la situation des médias et des journalistes en Ukraine. Et je crois que la sécurité des journalistes est toujours importante, mais dans le temps de guerre et en Ukraine, elle est encore la situation est bien pire que dans les circonstances normales. Donc la situation des médias est très importante. Donc voilà, on continue de travailler. Et ce qui est important, c'est que on est déjà préparé pour ce qui est de l'après-guerre avec un plan d'action encore plus ambitieux qui aurait 50 millions d'euros de valeur. Et donc, on va discuter des priorités parce que ce qu'on veut, nous tous, c'est d'aider l'Ukraine bien sûr, de reconstruire le pays, mais de le reconstruire dans l'aspect démocratique aussi. Voilà, c'est très en bref. Moi, je vais aussi pour ce qui aurait dû être la prochaine édition de la conférence de réforme en Ukraine. Elle est renommée maintenant, c'est pas la conférence de réforme, c'est la conférence de reconstruction. J'y vais dans une semaine ou 10 jours à Lugano. Donc, ça serait aussi une possibilité de voir comment dans cette cadre on va travailler ensemble. For security in Europe, I think that you are absolutely right, and you are absolutely right to mention democratic backsliding. That was exactly the main title of my last year's annual report, because what we can really see it through the monitoring reports. You mentioned a number of our monitoring bodies, but also through other documents that in a number of our member states there is a backsliding in democracy. And actually, certainly some of this democratic resilience, which is, I think, part of the standards that we have. And early warning, I haven't seen the report, but I would be very interested. I think also, in a way, we have early warning in each particular monitoring report when we get it, but probably something more systematic could be introduced. But when asked what would be the remedy for this backsliding, democratic backsliding, I said, and I think something like that was also voiced by the chair of the Committee of Ministers, we need to invent anything. We just need to apply our standards that we have. So, and in this respect, the political commitment is crucial. So the standards are there, and we need to apply the standards that are really important and for democratic security in Europe. For the last question on what can we do on occupied territories, actually, whatever we do to all, relates to all Ukraine. So everything that we do under our action plan refers to all the territories. I recently also issued the first report on situation of illegally annexed Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. I will continue to do so. If you noticed when the three people were sentenced to death recently in Luhansk, I immediately issued the declaration saying that a European Convention applies for the territory of Ukraine, and that penalty is not allowed in any of the member states of the Council of Europe. For prisoners who are in that you mentioned in Russia, I know that there were some exchanges of prisoners, certainly more are there. We are not, we have, as Russian Federation is no longer member of the Council of Europe. Institutionally speaking, we don't have actually access to Russian Federation, but we believe as a general rule that all those who are detained under certain in the war, and if they are considered prisoners of war, that there are international standards that apply to them and should in any way be observed by any any member of the UN, because these are the international standards to be applied there. But I can associate and I can feel the big pressure and the big worry and concern of you, but also of all of us, for all those who probably the whereabouts are not known, or who are probably somewhere that we don't know any longer. So all these we follow. I mean, we follow the situation in Russian Federation now in a different way, and of course, this huge further backsliding and crackdown on democratic standards is worrying. And actually, in the time of war, is certainly very important to continue to voice for all those who are there. This morning or yesterday evening, I met also with the wife of journalist Karamurza, who is anti-war protester, but now prisoners of conscience in Russian Federation. And there was one call, and I think that's one thing that one should do. We should never forget about people who are there, who are against the war, and we should not only Council of Europe, but all international community voice and ask for their release. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Half an hour is... What, folks?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I understand that the Secretary General did not consult the officers of the Parliamentary Assembly before making appointments of the group of 7. Which is...
Sorry, this is not a point of order, George.
Yes, because the Secretary-General is accountable to this Parliament. I was going to ask a question too on. There has been apparent filibustering by the Secretary-General. She is responsible. She is accountable.
Sorry, this is not a point of order. Sorry.
Can we have more time?
No.
In future, to ask questions, so that we can get the Secretary-General to be properly accountable to this Parliament as she should be.
Thank you very much. A point of order should be a point of order. We have allocated half an hour. This has been communicated with the Assembly. If we need more time, with our General Secretary, we should allocate more time. In half an hour, we answered 8 questions on the list, and this is what it is. So I do not see that as a point of order, but we will come back to that in the preparation of our next meeting. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for answering the questions of this Assembly. And next time you will be back again, because it's not only one time in a year, half an hour, it's every session. We now will continue our debate on the recent challenges to security in Europe, what role for the Council of Europe to be played. And I will be replaced by another Vice President. Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is a continuation of the debate on the recent challenges to security in Europe, what role for the Council of Europe. We will continue from where the debate was paused this morning. In order to finish by 6:15 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:55 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote on the draft resolution and recommendations. In the debate, I call on Mr. Aydin to take the floor.
Dear President and colleagues, we all undoubtedly agree that democracy, human rights, and rule of law are the core values of this Assembly. Moreover, these values can only be saved and perpetuated by mutual understanding, appreciation, and respect. Bearing in mind such unwritten ethical rule of actual democracy, I will not take this democratic right of speech to use as a kind of selfish opportunity to express populist personal or national ideology, as unfortunately some colleagues did so far. But rather, I will stick to the current agenda item to emphasize that democracy is not only composed of rhetoric, but also honest steps to take. With this spirit, firstly, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for presenting us this important report in such a very short time. Our core values are under serious strain, which is emanated from significant challenges. In addition, military aggression of Russia against Ukraine leveled the risks on the unity, security, and stability of the European continent. All these challenges require our attention to enhance our cooperation based on effective multilateralism. This multilateralism also needs to strengthen respective roles and competences of international organizations, particularly the Council of Europe. In this respect, the report offers 2 novelties: an early warning mechanism and democratic resilience initiative. Similar to this initiative, a structure has been proposed by NATO PA with very much identical name, Center for Democratic Resilience, to be established in the NATO structure. Considering most of the NATO members are also members of states of the Council of Europe, we should be aware of the risks of duplication of our work. In this respect, I support the recommendation in the report that it is important to enhance cooperation with other international organizations, such as NATO PA and OSCE, as a member of both. Considering the recent discussions on creating a united front among democratic countries against exceptional challenges to democratic security, not just in Europe, but also in the globe, establishing such an initiative may seem sense in the beginning. However, we should discuss thoroughly such initiatives on concrete basis, whether it is really necessary and what real benefit it will present to member states. Therefore, we should ask ourselves what is missing or what is needed to strengthen our organization to be backbone of peace, security, and stability of the continent, which is why this organization has been created in the first place after horrors of war. So I believe that we should pay due attention on how to strengthen our current mechanisms, instruments and institutions, and how to make them more effective and efficient rather than creating unproductive new institutions which may only offer small or no added value in return. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the speakers list is Ms. Arslan. Please, you have the floor.
Herr Vorsitzender, geschätzte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, auch ich möchte mich beim Berichterstatter für diesen Bericht bedanken, auch dass es so rasch zu einem guten Bericht geführt hat, ist selbstverständlich unter den Aktualitäten sehr wichtig. Insbesondere wichtig, dass wir diese demokratische Sicherheit immer wieder auch erwähnen und diese Definition auch stärken. Gerade gestützt auf unsere Werte wie Demokratie, Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Menschenrechte ist es, glaube ich, umso wichtiger, dass wir diese Demokratie, welche immer wieder verletzlich wird und wir sie verteidigen müssen, auch in diesem Bericht vielleicht auch unter der Sicherheitsaspekt beachten sollen. Der Angriffskrieg seitens Russland auf die Ukraine hat klar gezeigt, dass Kriege nicht in der Ferne sind, sondern mitten in Europa, gerade bei uns, eben auch stattfinden können und dass wir von einer falschen Toleranz absehen müssen. Dieser falsche Toleranz, der die Wege solcher Aggressionen auch wappnet oder öffnet, sollte verhindert werden und folglich ist es auch wichtig, dass wir nicht nur über wahrscheinlich zukünftige Handlungsfelder diskutieren, sondern auch aufzeigen, was wurde in der Vergangenheit vielleicht auch nicht richtig angegangen. Nicht richtig angegangen wurde auch, dass die Demokratiefeinde nicht namentlich genannt wurden, dass sie nicht verhindert wurden, dass sie zu einer Instabilität in der Weltgemeinschaft führen und dass diese falsche Toleranz dazu geführt hat, dass das Streben nach Frieden immer auch schwieriger geworden ist. Folglich ist es auch wichtig, in diesem Bericht vielleicht auch nochmals zu erwähnen, dass nicht nur die Folgen von Krieg wichtig sind und dass wir hier Sicherheit schaffen, sondern wie schützen wir die Menschen, die traumatisiert sind, wenn dieser Krieg vorbei ist, wenn andere Kriege auf der Welt vorbei sind und wie die Aufarbeitung stattfinden wird. Und das zeigt eigentlich, dass die Waffen, welche auch nur im Moment zur Verteidigung halt auch eingesetzt werden müssen, was Verständnis ist, nicht das Konzept ist, das wir nachhaltig unterstützen sollten und supporten sollten. Vielmehr müsste es sein, die Stärkung der Zivilgesellschaft, die Stärkung der Demokratie, der Bevölkerung, dass das Konzept der Information viel mehr gestärkt werden soll. Dieser Krieg hat auch dazu geführt, dass Frauen als Kriegswaffe benutzt worden sind. Kinder müssen auf der Flucht sein. Und wenn wir sehen, dass Frauen als Waffe gebraucht werden, dann erhoffe ich mir von diesen Männern in diesem Raum, dass sie aufstehen und sagen, solche Waffen wollen wir nicht mehr eingesetzt haben. Ein letztes Wort. Die ganze Situation hat auch Länder wie uns, die Schweiz, unter schwierigen Situationen gebracht, dass wir über die Neutralitätsdefinition nochmals befinden müssen. Was bedeutet Stabilität? Was bedeutet eben auch unter diesem Aspekt Neutralität? Und wo muss auch ein Land handeln? Das ist ein bisschen bedauerlich, aber trotzdem, glaube ich, wichtig. Besten Dank für diesen Rapport.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Hadžuković from Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken about this before in this hemicycle, but I think it still is an understatement that the world, and indeed our continent, after the 24th of February is not the same and will not be the same in the foreseeable future. Therefore, this report comes timely before us, and I wish to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Bogdan Klic, on doing an excellent work. Of course, the world is changing rapidly. With this invasion, the whole geopolitical makeup of the world has changed almost from the foundation. And this organization, our organization, needs to change as well. We have to keep a pace of these changes in order to keep our organization effective and to make our organization deliver what we should deliver, and that is peace and stability for this continent. Indeed, this is regrettably a war between the two, well, one former and one still a member of the Council of Europe states. Not the first, but let's hope that it is the last. In any case, what should the role of Council of Europe in this respect be? One learned person said that democracies favor peace while autocracies favor war. In other words, that the democracies will rarely go to war with one another, but autocracies thrive on war. In this respect, I think that the strengthening of our organization in securing the rule of law, human rights, democracy, societal resistance to misinformation, fake news, fighting of apathy, and other contributions to a fairer and more resilient societies in our member states are in order. In other words, dear colleagues, our fight for democracy and European values, human rights, values of the European Human Rights Charter are actually the way to go. We should look into how to strengthen our organization, how to strengthen our tools to implement those and preserve those values, and how to encourage our members to stick to those values, because democracy is the guarantor for peace. Thank you.
Next, I call on Mr. Tornaritis from Cyprus, please.
Dear colleagues, today Europe and its wider neighborhood face rising geopolitical tensions, new major conflicts, and a number of other complex security threats which must be urgently addressed. Russia's war against Ukraine has prompted the international community's immediate and strong reaction of solidarity and support. It has awakened Europe to unite against authoritarian leaders such as Russian President Vladimir Putin, who possess the biggest security challenge in Europe and beyond. However, it is highly hypocritical to hold President Putin accountable for his aggressive actions in Ukraine and at the same time fail to hold Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to the same amount of accountability for its hostility against the Republic of Cyprus due to its ongoing occupation of 38% of its territory, its violations of Cyprus' exclusive economic zone, and more recently, its legal actions in the fenced area of Famagusta. This aggressive behavior has recently escalated also against Greece and its sovereign rights in the Aegean Sea. The forgiving stance on behalf of the international community allows Turkey to continue to promote its geostrategic vision for regional domination. Dear colleagues, do you intend to continue showing the same appeasing stance towards authoritarian regimes? Will double standards continue to prevail? If this continues, it is probable that Europe will very soon face yet another crisis with far-reaching, dangerous consequences. The Council of Europe must demand full commitment by all its members to its shared fundamental values and principles, and condemn any provocative action, wherever this may come from, that violates international law and undermines the universal standards that allow for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law to prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Kairidis of Greece. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will speak in Greek. Είχα προγραμματίσει να μιλήσω για το βασικό της έκθεσης, ένα βασικό αξίωμα της διεθνούς πολιτικής που έχει να κάνει με το γεγονός ότι η δημοκρατία ενισχύει την ειρήνη και τη σταθερότητα και πως ο αυταρχισμός και ιδίως οι υβριδικά καθεστώτα που οπισθοχωρούν Should I speak in English?
Yes, in order for all of the colleagues to understand, English is advised. Thank you.
Okay, can you restart the time, please?
Please carry on.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I wanted to speak to you today about the basic axiom where the report is based on, a basic rule of international relations, the fact that democracies promote peace and stability, and that authoritarianism, especially hybrid regimes that backpedal towards authoritarianism, breed instability and war. And that what we are seeing today in Ukraine is the result of this process of de-democratization that took place in Russia the last 20 years. But unfortunately, I will not speak further on that issue. I will have to respond to what my esteemed colleagues from Turkey spoke about and say the following. The problem of Turkey is not a Greek-Turkish problem. It's not a problem of Greece alone. It's a Euro-Turkish problem. It's not me who says so. It is the report that we have time and again now from the monitoring committee, because Turkey is under monitoring process, and according to this report by John Howell and Boris Pejčinović, there are a number of issues on the rule of law, human rights, democracy, and the destruction of Turkey's democracy the last few years. It is not me and it's not the Greeks who speak, it is Europe that says so, including the famous case of Osman Kavala. Now, if Turkey wants to doubt international treaties, international law, and the post-war international order, it should be told that this is what Russia did and that this is imitating the revisionism of Russia. We were told this morning that Turkey wants dialogue. We want dialogue. It was Turkey's President Erdogan who said, Mitsotakis yoke, dialogue yoke, no dialogue with Greece. We have all the arguments and all the rights for this dialogue, and we are open to the dialogue on the basis of international law. After all, we have signed the international law of the sea, which Turkey did not. We have signed on the jurisdiction of The Hague, which Turkey has not. We have signed time and again treaties with neighboring countries on the delimitation of continental shelf and economic zone, which Turkey has not. We have a position shared by all countries of the United Nations on the rights of islands, which Turkey does not share. And now suddenly they discover the issue of demilitarization. Really? Since when? For the last 100 years this was not an issue. This is now an issue. And finally, hypocrisy. They condemn Russia. They speak about Russia. And what did they do after 12 hours of talking about Russia? They walk out of this room and they did not vote for the expulsion of Russia from these esteemed institutions. The only NATO country that did not. The only NATO country that did not impose sanctions on Turkey. The only NATO country and European country that makes a profit out of this war. A profit by busting sanctions, by turning Istanbul into international trade for Russian business, a war profiteer out of the tragedy of the Ukrainian people. And then they have the audacity to come in this esteemed body and talk to us about how much they are in support of human rights, international order, and how much they oppose Russia when they play Putin's game in NATO, in Madrid, now in the big summit there against Finland and Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, we are for peace, we are for stability, we are for the European values and for international law, and we are abide by the report of my esteemed colleague on democratic security and democratic peace. Thank you very much, and excuse me for my English.
Next on the speakers list is Ms. Arpadaray from Azerbaijan.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the current crisis in European security system is the toughest one since the Second World War. Very few deny that the consequences of the current crisis are going to stretch over many years to come and will eventually reshape the way the security in Europe works. In essence, we will have a new security architecture. The events may take various turns, but regardless of it, it is time to review the mistakes of the past that led to today's situation and project the right decisions. Firstly, if Council of Europe is to play a positive role in this, and it can, being the oldest and most notorious organization of this kind in the world, it must reassess its mission. New challenges should be reflected in it. It is rightly mentioned in the report that security is a wider concept than defense. But what is exactly in the era of internet, pandemic, and interruption of global supply chains? Internet-related challenges are poorly reflected in mission of the organization. Social media, artificial intelligence changed the situation for human rights, and we must adapt. We, as an Assembly, were poorly prepared for challenges posed by pandemic. Did we do enough to curtail corporate greed, and did we do enough to protect human rights during the pandemic? Today, the global trade is under permanent pressure. Food supplies issues, interruption of traditional logistical links, all this lead to inflation, worsening of people's quality of life. These are real threats, and they should be part of what we deal with. Council of Europe, if it wants to again become the center of gravity for European integration, should do its best to be a mere extension of EU and NATO. Council of Europe has a broader membership, and it gives it a good base to become central in the process of establishing the pan-European vision. It is even more important in view of the fact that most security risks Europe faces, most of the conflict zones are geographically located in wider Europe, but beyond the borders of EU and NATO. Dear colleagues, if we want safe Europe, we need to give a new life to the principles of international law, such as territorial integrity and inviolability of borders. We need to create real mechanism to fight militarized and aggressive separatism and secessionism, which is too often used as a pretext for conflict and war in Europe. There must be clear sanction mechanism for the members or individuals who support separatism through illegal means. There must be a commitment by all members not to support it in other countries. Council of Europe should be the place where the principles are applied similarly. For 3 decades, Armenian occupation of part of Azerbaijan was a marginal problem for Council of Europe. It failed to act upon the fact of occupation. Today, Council of Europe must act upon the need to reach lasting peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Today, Armenia is avoiding implementing one of the key elements of peace settlement, opening of the unimpeded link between western regions of Azerbaijan and Azerbaijani exclave Nakhchivan, which was under Armenian blockade for 3 decades. This is despite the written obligation by Armenia to do so. I bring this as an example to illustrate the point. Council of Europe should apply similar principle to all parts of its space if it wants to avoid the old mistakes and if it wants to contribute to a truly pan-European security system and if it wants to a new European security system to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Gomez Reino of Spain. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Uno creo que no puede dejar de estremecerse y sobre todo no puede normalizar que estemos a pocos cientos de kilómetros de una guerra en Europa, que sigan cayendo bombas a pocos kilómetros, a pocos cientos de kilómetros de donde estamos y que en definitiva que la cruel invasión de Vladimir Putin esté llevando a tanto sufrimiento a millones de personas en Ucrania y en otros países de Europa. Condenando esta criminal situación, poniendo todos los esfuerzos necesarios en solventar esta situación y en acabar con esta invasión, no debemos de dejar, de todas maneras, que la guerra lo invada todo. Todas nuestras acciones, todas nuestras reflexiones y todos nuestros debates no pueden estar invadidos por la lógica de la guerra. Una guerra que es absolutamente importante recordarlo, no interesa a nadie, por lo menos a nadie, de los pueblos ni de Europa ni de la Unión Europea. En este sentido, creo que parece importante destacar que no todas las organizaciones supranacionales pueden dedicarse a la seguridad. Sí al fomento de la paz, sí al fomento de los derechos humanos, sí al fomento de la democracia, pero una organización cuyo objeto es la configuración de un espacio político y jurídico en el continente sustentado sobre los valores de la democracia, los derechos humanos y el imperio de la ley, no debe tener, a nuestro juicio, a mi juicio, una deriva securitarista y punitivista. La guerra es un absoluto drama. La guerra tiene un responsable, el señor Putin, pero tenemos que dejar espacios para que haya también debates donde la guerra no lo ocupe todo. Multilateralismo y diplomacia no pueden ser palabras de parte. Incluso en los peores conflictos se ha salido con mano firme contra el responsable del conflicto o de la invasión, en este caso, evidentemente, la Federación Rusa y Putin, pero sin cegar espacios que tienen que ocuparse a los nobles e imprescindibles tareas de fomentar la paz, la democracia y los derechos humanos. Así que, dejando la seguridad para las entidades multilaterales que a ello tienen que dedicar sus esfuerzos, dediquémonos a reforzar la democracia, a hacer nuestras democracias tan atractivas como para que todos los pueblos de nuestro espacio geopolítico deseen construir democracias similares a las nuestras. Enfaticemos, pues, el papel del Consejo de Europa como hacedor de derechos, de democracia, de paz en nuestros países miembros, pero hagámoslo también sin intervencionismo y sin otras formas, con una diplomacia solidaria en los países de nuestras fronteras sur-oriental que no pertenecen a este Consejo. En definitiva, incluso en los tiempos más difíciles, incluso en los tiempos más oscuros, incluso en los tiempos de guerra, sin ninguna inocencia, apostemos siempre por la paz.
Thank you very much. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Francisco Sorbara from Canada. He must be online.
No, he's here.
He's here. Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great to be here with the honorable colleagues. Thank you to the rapporteur for the report. Fellow parliamentarians and esteemed colleagues, after a three-year absence, it is wonderful to be back here in Strasbourg at this honored place. I'm honored to be here today to debate the recent security challenges in Europe. The committee's report convincingly sets out the case for looking at security with a wider lens. Democratic security recognizes that issues like democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are central to promoting and maintaining peace. As the report states, security is more than defense, and this broader concept of security must be kept in mind as we are forced to once again deal with a war in Europe. With a mandate to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, a mandate sadly unfulfilled, the United Nations has grappled for decades with the challenge of how to address conflict. How do we prevent conflicts from breaking out? Where conflicts have started, how do we bring about peace? Once peace is achieved, how do we ensure that conflicts don't begin again? The conclusion to which the UN has repeatedly come is that in order to sustain peace, you must address the root causes of conflict. And the root causes of conflict are often a lack of what the Council of Europe has spent more than 70 years promoting: strong public institutions based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. From this perspective, we can see how years of eroding democracy, human rights, and rule of law in Russia have led to its current aggression against Ukraine. We can also see how advances in these same areas and the strength of Ukrainian institutions have contributed to Ukraine's resistance to this aggression. So when we ask what role for the Council of Europe, we need not look for a new purpose, but reaffirm the principles and objectives that already guide this institution. What the Statute of the Council of Europe calls the pursuit of peace based upon justice and international cooperation. Canada has long known the importance of such values to promoting security. In the same year that countries in Europe were coming together to form the Council of Europe, Canada and others on both sides of the Atlantic were negotiating another treaty to create NATO. And while the North Atlantic Treaty deals mostly with defense issues, so-called hard security, Article 2 of the treaty calls on parties to strengthen their free institutions and encourage economic collaborations as a means of further developing peaceful and friendly international relations. This article is sometimes called the Canadian article because it is what was Canada, led by then Foreign Minister and future Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, who insisted on its insertion, and by doing so promoting the same ideas of democratic security that were also informing the creation of the Council of Europe. Dear colleagues, as I finish up, I wish to say we as a member of Parliament of the governing party in Canada, we are fully committed to supporting Ukraine. We supported the Ukraine and the Ukrainian people and to continue to defend their territorial integrity from this unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation. We will be there today will be there tomorrow and into the future. The Canadian public and all parties are committed to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your commitment. After the meeting, I would like to have a small talk with you, because I'm working on CETA nowadays. We have that debate in the Dutch Parliament. I give now the floor to member of the ALDE, Mr. Rafael Husseinov. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. The strongest man in the world cannot tear a sheet of paper by pulling it wider. Nevertheless, fold that sheet a few times and then fold it up and give it to a child. The child will easily tear the paper that has already been folded. So is society. It is difficult until the hard layer collapses. Once a crack is formed, it gradually deepens and causes new cracks to form. Serious security threats in Europe require decisive action to make the future more certain. Europe is already in full seriousness considering urgent and effective measures to combat threats by joint efforts. Of course, this is exactly what needs to be done. However, for this, was it necessary to be simply an observer along with waiting for the deepening of the crack, remaining indifferent to the dramatic events taking place so far? If the current decisive initiative to ensure the common security of Europe had taken place a year ago, 5 years ago, or even better, 20 years ago, most of the threats that we face today would never have arisen, and now we would be facing a completely different Europe. If it had been considered as an issue not concerning solely us, when we as a country subjected to aggression were raising consistently our voice since the very beginning of 2000s, if there had been a concerted effort to close this seemingly small gap in Europe, the scale would not have expanded so much, including the new regions, and ultimately Europe would not have faced such a troubling security crisis. We have had to deal alone with state terrorism, the most dangerous level of transnational terrorism that Europe seeks to combat as the most serious threat, as well as with violent extremism in the last 30 years. Today, Europe is calling for a concerted effort to fight these diseases. If you live in a big house, you need to treat without discrimination everyone in that house with the same sensitivity and perseverance as if you were worried about your fate. Europe is also our common host. The first condition for a safe and healthy home is to shoot at the same target and reach unanimity. Today, revanchism must be considered one of the most destructive ideologies at a time when member states are working to establish and maintain democratic values and democratic atmosphere in larger scale, as well as to prevent them from getting loose, also to encourage broader cooperation. Therefore, along with other measures that we are trying to implement via joint efforts, we must unite our forces against this trend and manifest the strongest resistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to Mrs. Yildiz from Turkey.
Thank you, dear Chairperson, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the rapporteur for his important report. The current security environment is different from the past. It is much more complex and immediate in parallel to the evolution of the security environment. We are surrounded with significant political, economic, and social challenges. In addition to these challenges, Russia's military aggression in Ukraine drastically threatens stability in Europe. The threats we face today combine military and non-military means, such as disinformation, cyber attacks, economic pressure, and deployment of irregular armed groups, sometimes mixed with regular forces. On the other hand, it can be used by state and non-state actors, although their means and actions vary widely. I want to underline that our security concerns are common as sovereign states. We need to keep in mind that it's only possible to make security sustainable by condemning all formations of terrorism together. As been discussed in this context of this report, it's been underlined many times that we need multilateral cooperation to tackle these problems effectively. It's increasingly become obvious that nations cannot address security problems on their own. In order to respond quickly and effectively against hybrid threats, we need to work together, share our information and experience. Our core values of democracy, rule of law, and respect for human rights have paramount importance to maintain and strengthen its resilience. In this respect, although it is not a security organization, I consider that the Council of Europe's role and contribution in this field should be underlined. As the Council of Europe, the benchmark for democracy and the rule of law in our region, we have plenty of mechanisms, including but not limited to Greco and Venice Commission. In this respect, I believe that we should pay due attention on how to strengthen our current mechanism, instruments and institutions, and how to make them more effective rather than consuming our energy by creating new institutions. Dear colleagues, we gathered here today to discuss the security of Europe, to make Europe a safer place together. We all know very well that preventing security is possible by acting together and having a strong cooperation. However, in the morning session, personalized statement of our Greek colleague that directly blame a member state of this assembly are far from serving European peace. To express personal approaches on behalf of political group is actually to instrumentalize the political groups and the Council of Europe in order to realize national policies rather than having a real concern about establishing the security environment and multilateral dialogue medium that Europe actually needs. You all know here that, as our Cyprus colleague mentioned, you all know here that Erdogan is democratically elected leader who received majority of the votes of the people of Turkey. Besides, when talking about democratic standards, it's a hypocrisy not to see the Turkish people presence in northern Cyprus, who are also represented in this assembly, and continue to apply unlawful embargoes against them. This platform is for democracy. We need to take position on the side of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give now the floor to Mr. Tony Lloyd, UK.
Thank you, Chair. I think every one of us has been shocked by the brutality of Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine, the absolute cynicism that we've seen in Mariupol, in Burić. But none of us really should be shocked that that war took place, because Mr. Putin gave us plenty of warning. He gave us warning in 2014 when he annexed illegally the Crimea. And had we reacted at that time, as we've now begun to react, then I think it is very credible to say we could have prevented the tragedy that Ukraine is now living through. Now, the answer to Ukraine's problems now most certainly is for those of us who can to provide arms to the brave people fighting for Ukraine. That's true. Military might has to be resisted, I'm afraid, at this moment by military might. And it's true as well that security for countries like Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia on the front line themselves comes through NATO. But NATO will not solve many of the long-term security problems that we face here in Europe. Problems like climate change, problems like corruption, problems like people trafficking, modern-day slavery, problems that exist across this continent of Europe that we know we have to deal with together. Problems of terrorism, problems of organised crime, problems potentially like water shortage and most certainly now food shortage. These will be solved elsewhere. And this is where the Council of Europe can play a very constructive role. Building the solidarity, first of all, across Europe is important, but taking the message of the Council of Europe, its values of democracy, human rights and respect for the rule of law, beyond the Council of Europe. We have our friends with us who've already spoken, from Mexico, from Canada, nations who we hope and we know buy into the same values that we do. But across the piece, we've got to make sure that we export those values that we hold dear, and because they matter so much. We cannot, as Council of Europe, solve every problem that Europe and the world faces. We can make a significant contribution by building the framework in which these can be analysed, can be predicted and can be discussed. Because if we take action now in that fourth summit, if we begin to set out the challenges of security that Europe faces, we can be part of the solution. And frankly, Madam Chair, we must be part of that solution.
Thank you very much. I give now the floor to Mr. Vladimir Vardanyan, if he is in the hemicycle. I don't see him. Yes?
Madam,
oh, yes.
Madam Chair, I'm always here.
You're not on your place.
No, it was mentioned that I should be sit here, there. So in any case, for many years, we deemed that we finally enjoy peaceful and tranquil times in Europe. We did believe that due to the Second World War tragic experience, at least our generation would be secured from any armed conflict, global catastrophes and disasters. Today, everybody is alarmed. War has returned to Europe. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, peace was just an illusion. Even during the times which seemed peaceful and safe, war always was in and around Europe. Catastrophes were amongst us, but we kept a blind eye on it. Why were we indifferent and deaf, knowing, watching, following, reading about armed conflicts in Cyprus, in Balkans, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Tajikistan, in Kosovo, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Libya, in Syria, in Iraq, in Turkey and elsewhere? The question is very complicated, but the answer is quite clear. These aggressions, wars, armed conflicts, civil wars were less visible since most of us thought that they are occurred far away from us. We wanted to believe that those wars were waged only on TV. Just by switching the TV channel, people could ignore the reality on the ground. The current state of affairs of international politics and recent developments force us to understand that no state is immune. No state is secure from war, even the wealthiest and protected ones. It means that we should be quite sensitive to even a single deviation from democracy, fundamental human rights, and the rule of law, which undermine pillars of peace and sustainability and pave a fertile ground for war. Quite often, when I refer Nagorno-Karabakh conflict-related issues, I witness silent and indifferent faces of my colleagues confessing that they are tired of these discussions. But I'm not voicing out single conflict. I am alarming about the violation of core values of our organization, such as respect for the rule of law, protection of human rights, promotion of democracy, and upholding human dignity. Dear colleagues, do not worry. I'm not going to address the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict in my speech. Just be aware that blindness towards particular violations, small violations of our core principles, lead to the global catastrophes. This hemisphere is created not only as a space for speaking. This is also a space for listening to each other. Please, don't be blind. Don't be silent. And don't be deaf when we are speaking about our core values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I always like to listen to you. Then I give now the floor to Mr. Barnas Zygmunt from Hungary.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Everyone's eyes are cast on the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. This war caused severe damage to the international order and fundamentally challenged European security and defense policy. It is absolutely essential that the war in Ukraine ends as soon as possible, and the conflict must be prevented from escalating. We are facing the emergence of a new world order. We see that the Helsinki architecture is coming to an end, and we do not know, and we do not want all the IATA system built on sphere of interest to come back, and we do not want a new Soviet Union to come back. Despite the fact that the Council of Europe is not a security organization per se, it has a lot of things to contribute amid today's extremely challenging environment. The Council of Europe should enhance the comprehensive and long-term security of its member states and contribute to making them more resilient in countering threats and preventing conflicts. The Council of Europe can also play a role in building confidence among its member states. Dedicated programs of confidence-building measures can contribute to the overall security situation of Europe. The strength of the organization is that makes possible a better understanding of each other. That is why the importance of soft diplomacy tools should be underlined. The war in Ukraine has highlighted the need for a Europe based on strong nations capable of protecting their own citizens from all dangers. In this serious situation, Europe has to act immediately and show that we are strong together. The Hungarian position is clear. We must establish a European unity built on sovereign nation states. We must help Ukraine and achieve peace. However, it is important that the sanctions do not cause unbearable damage to the European economy. Dear colleagues, security is a wider concept than defense. In addition to war, we face many other problems. There are several other long-term open or frozen conflicts and various situations of tensions like COVID-19 pandemic, terrorism, violent extremism, cyber attacks, or the migration crisis. In this new security context, member states should renew their commitment to the European values as human rights or even national minority rights. In our view, effective monitoring mechanism can serve as early warning system of rights violations. This is also why this Assembly supported the creation of an online platform for the monitoring of human rights abuses against national minorities. It is also important not to use fake statements for selfish political purposes. We must act correctly and unbiased. We have to be honest. I'm sad that Zita Gurmai brings to this debate Hungarian interior politics, and she is not telling the truth in a time when we have to be united and to tell the truth. Finally, we need to strengthen the future role of the Council of Europe so that it can effectively provide a space for dialogue, for peaceful coexistence, and be a strong organization of European values. I also want to congratulate Mr. Klik for the report and also Mr. Nemeth for presenting this excellent report. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I call now Mrs. Christiana Erotoklitou from Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I comment on the excellent report of my esteemed colleague, Mr. Kilch, I would like to refer to, just for a few seconds, to a few comments made by my also esteemed colleague, Madam Yildiz. Let me just say that there is no Northern Cyprus. There is only an occupied Cyprus, and we don't say that. The United Nations resolutions say that. There are no embargoes. The international community refuses to trade with occupied Cyprus. Now, that might be an embargo in the eyes of Mr. Erdogan, but to the rest of the international community, it is the application of international law and United Nations resolutions. So instead of crying wolf, come to the table, let's talk, let's apply international law, let's apply human rights. Are you up to the challenge? Because we are. Now, Madam Chair, dear colleagues, having already discussed this item a number of times, it is becoming apparent that the war in Ukraine has changed the world. The consequences of this long war, both for Europe but equally so for the rest of the world, will undoubtedly shape the security architecture for the years to come. The war in Ukraine has revealed a number of shortcomings, which I believe are important to bear in mind. Firstly, our bubble has burst. The false sense of security we all eagerly relied on no longer exists. Our preoccupation with macroeconomic stability has proven vain. We should have invested firstly in engaging unequivocally on achieving peace, security, and the rule of law. Securing these prerequisites is a sine qua non condition for growth and prosperity to occur. Our focus and priorities must therefore shift. Secondly, we have downplayed a number of developments occurring within our member states that could, however, have explosive implications if not urgently and effectively addressed. Cyber attacks and the degradation of the environment are prime examples. Another, pursued by some member states, is the instrumentalization of the refugee and migrant crisis. The radicalization of segments of refugee and migrant populations in Europe and the creation of pillars of political Islam within these societies are serious destabilizing factors. The challenges to security in Europe were, are, and always will be fundamentally the same: respect for international law, rule of law, and upholding human rights. Had we collectively and unilaterally adhered to these principles, peace, security, and stability would have been achieved. Russia's aggression in Ukraine will undoubtedly shape the security architecture for the years to come. However, we have an obligation to be brutally honest and admit the truth. The facts are there. The analogy is clear. Member states that violate international law and invade their neighbors also violate the rule of law in their own countries and invade the democratic values and human rights of their own citizens. It is a common characteristic of aggressors. It is not surprising that Russia's backsliding of democracy has been going on for years. Freedom of speech has not really existed, human rights have not been respected, the judiciary was not independent, the press censored, and the rule of law ignored. Unfortunately, Russia is not the only one.
To an end. Could you come to an end, please?
Of course. And if we continue to turn a blind eye to similar occurrences in other member states as well, we shall be holding this debate for years to come. Thank you very much.
Now, the last speaker in this debate is Mrs. Inge Schau. You have the floor. Yeah. I had the same. The grey ones, Inge.
Then it's functioning. Thank you, President and colleagues. Democratic security, the notion which our rapporteur, Mr. Klisch, is discussing in detail in his report, was endorsed at the 1993 Vienna summit of heads of states of the Council of Europe. The Vienna summit was the first. Nearly 30 years later, we are preparing a new summit, the fourth. The notion of democratic security is as relevant as ever. The aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine is the most gruesome example of this relevance. The backsliding of democracy in other member states is also relevant. This shows that each and every one of us, especially we as elected representatives, must remain vigilant and work hard to safeguard our democracies. As pointed out by our former Secretary General, Mr. Jagland, history has shown that healthy democracies rarely, if ever, go to war with each other. Democratic practices protect states from internal strife. This is the very essence of what I believe the Council of Europe can contribute with when it comes to the ongoing discussion on security in Europe. In his last annual report, Mr. Jagland underlined the need to reinforce the Council of Europe instruments. He said, our convention system has replaced conflict with cooperation. It is the bedrock of our democratic security and a success story for modern multilateralism. The high-level reflections group of the Committee of Ministers has been established. Commendations are in order to Secretary General Burić for a speedy process. With their experience from government, the reflection group will bring their perspective and visions for the future of our organization. We as parliamentarians, as elected representatives of the current European electorate, must bring forward ours. We must ensure that our Assembly have a voice in the path leading up to the summit and what our organization will be in the future. President, the mandate of our organization is clear. Our work is on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Our organization is not a security or defense organization, but without strong democracies, respect of human rights, and the rule of law, maintaining peace and security is more difficult. This is why we must remain true to our mandates. And at last, Madam President, we must complement our organizations so that the multilateral architecture of Europe is such that peace and prosperity on our continent can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schau. Dear colleagues, I have interrupted the list of speakers. The members who couldn't deliver their speech can send them to the table office, but you have to do it in 4 hours after this debate. And I would like to call now Mr. Bogdan Klisch, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a great opportunity of speaking about the condition of the Council of Europe and about the future of our organization, because in fact this report is not only on the future of European security system, but it is about us. It is about us, about our credibility and about our ability to act in the future and to protect those values that are basis for our organization. I take into consideration the recent months before the invasion of Russian troops in Ukraine, and this disappointment of many of us, of behavior of Russian delegation here in this chamber, when we knew about ability of using force by Russian troops overseas, not only in Europe, in Georgia, in Ukraine in 2014, but also in Syria, for example. About this involvement of Russian foreign policy in dividing us inside Europe, within European organizations and Euro-Atlantic community, and the lack of reaction of many of us on that. I am pretty sure that after the 24th of February, after the right decision to exclude Russian delegation from this Assembly and the Russian Federation from the Council of Europe, there is a chance for the Council of Europe. And this report is about this window of opportunity for the Council of Europe to be more effective, less blind, and more let's say, influential as the problems of values like democracy, protection of human rights, civil liberties, and solidarity are taken into account. That's why this report is about not only our recommendation to organize the committee of the 4th summit of heads of state and government, not only about creation of a new institution that I propose here, but also about reinforcement of our tools and instruments that we have still at our disposal in 2 crucial areas: to protect our political systems and to make them better, less vulnerable against democratic backsliding, and to be much more effective in protection of peace and stability within Europe. There were many opinions presented here during this debate. Thank you very much for expressing your concerns, your positive opinions during this debate. I will refer to some of them. Mr. Łopatka is absolutely right, saying that the relationship between the European Union and NATO will determine the cooperation between those 2 heavy organizations for the benefit of Euro-Atlantic area. But let's not forget about the role of the Council of Europe. Mr. Soboliev, underlying that it is only a beginning of our work, is absolutely right as well. We are beginning the reconstruction of the Council of Europe in this international organization's circle. He's also right, speaking about the necessity of creation of the international tribunal that would try crimes against humanity, war crimes, and even genocide in Ukraine. But let's not forget about the necessity of creation of international tribunal that would try the crime of aggression. The crime of aggression. And all those responsible for that aggression against independent state of Ukraine, I mean Vladimir Putin himself and his surrounding collaborators. Many of you spoke about return to values. Yes, but this is the organization called the Council of Europe that is not only to speak about values, is to implement those values. That's why this idea of democratic resilience institution that doesn't have anything with the OSCE proposal of creation of a similar center is to make us more effective and more influential because of necessity of better coordination between the institutions that are within this Assembly and within the Council of Europe as a whole. And finally, what Mrs. Arpadaray from Azerbaijan underlined, yes, this report is about a pan-European system of security. As long as democracy doesn't prevail everywhere, there will be not such a system in Europe. We'll have to return to this system. And what to do now? We have to reinforce democratic and liberal values by reinforcement of our organization. And this report is about that. That's why I ask you, colleagues, to support this report. Thank you.
I was in a good mood, Mr. Klich. Otherwise, Mr. Solnit, you have the floor. You want to have the floor.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ria, dear colleagues, we had a long day. I would like to express my gratitude to Bogdan Klich, the former defense minister of Poland, who played a very important role in discussing about democratic security by preparing this report. And I would like to express my gratitude to the Secretariat as well. Today we had an interesting mix of a long debate, started in the morning and interrupted with the high-level panel about the same subject. I am glad that we are having these practices, and I was very glad that we had Svetlana Tihanovskaya with us today. Democratic security is going to be a term which we are trying to understand in the coming month, and I think it will be in the focus of our discussion. But the other very important conclusion of this high-level panel that the European future is European further integration. And what we know about this European future is that in the context of the democratic security, it should have a secure future from imperial intentions, and at the same time, it should be also democratic. This is the heart of the democratic security concept. And I believe as the Council of Europe played a very important role 33 years ago when the Berlin Wall fell,
And then this organization started to thrive. The fourth summit, coming close to us under the present new, totally new security environment, is offering opportunity for the Council of Europe. I wish that the Council of Europe is able to exploit this unique opportunity to give the right answer for the continent, for the existing challenges. And I hope also that inside the organization, the Parliamentary Assembly will also have the opportunity and will be able to exploit this opportunity, because I am sure that the Parliamentary Assembly should be an integral part of the fourth summit in answering these challenges. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zult. Nemeth, it was perfect in time. I close now the debate and we go to the consideration of the amendments. The Committee on Political Affairs has presented a draft resolution to which 3 amendments have been tabled and also a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. I remind that speeches on amendments are limited strictly to 30 seconds. We will start with the consideration of the draft resolution and then we will consider the draft recommendation. So, the draft resolution, unanimous approval of amendments. I understand that the chair of the Committee on Political Affairs will propose to the Assembly that Amendment 1 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. That's the case, Mr. Nemeth? Yes. Does anyone object? I don't see. As there is no objection, I declare that amendment number 1 to the draft resolution has been agreed. Then I go to the amendments in the committee by 2/3 majority. Under Rule 34.12, any amendment which has been rejected by the committee sees for report by 2/3 majority of the votes cast, shall not go to the vote in the plenary and shall be declared as definitely rejected, unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chair of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 2 and 3 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, will be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Nemeth? Okay. Does anyone object? I don't see that. So, as there is no objection, I declare that the amendments 2 and 3 to the draft resolution are rejected. And then I go on, if my papers, yes. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15541. As it is amended, a simple majority is required. And I would like to open the vote now. Okay. Can I close it? No. Not yet. Okay. I can close the vote now. And the result of the vote is, should be displayed here. 67 in favor, 4 against and 2 abstentions. Then I go now, we have to proceed now to the vote. Congratulations already. We have to proceed now to the draft recommendation. We will now proceed to that. That is also contained in document 15541. A two-thirds majority is required, and the vote is now open. Might be. Yeah, can close. The vote is now closed. Results will be displayed. 72 in favor, nobody against, and no abstentions. Congratulations to the rapporteur, the staff, and the committee chair. Thank you very much. And we go now to the next debate, but someone is coming already. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Dear colleagues, we now come to the joint debate on two reports from the Community on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The first is titled, "The Countering Need to Restore Human Rights and the Rule of Law in the North Caucasus region," presented by Mr. Frank Schwabe. The second is titled, "The Reported Cases of Political Prisoners in the Russian Federation," presented by Mrs. Torlidur Suna Averdostir. In order to finish by 8 p.m., we must enter the list of speakers at about 7:25 to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call Mr. Schwabe, reporter, to present the first report. You have 7 minutes to present the report, and then we will have further 5 minutes to reply to the debate at the end. The floor is yours.
Not so easy, Mr. President, but now we made it. So, Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear people in Dagestan, Ingushetia, and Chechnya who are suffering, a lot of them are really suffering in this time. You cannot speak about the human rights situation in Russia without mentioning the Russian war against Ukraine. It is in these minutes where Russia commits a crime of the aggression of war and war crimes on the territory of Ukraine. And I think you cannot understand the aggression outside of the country without seeing the relationship to the aggression inside the country. And because of this, I think we should stay with monitoring and reporting about the situation and the human rights violations in Russia, even when Russia is no more a member of this organization. This report on the need to restore the rule of law in the North Caucasus region of the Russian Federation is a product of almost 5 years of work since I tabled the motion for a resolution in June 2017. And interestingly, I was able to carry out a brief visit to Moscow and Grozny in September 2019. It was a time where Russia was back in the organization, and there was a little window where they tried to show that they maybe want to deal with us here in a way to really respect the rules. But we know what was happening later, and to be honest, the visit was a very strange one. But I was in Grozny and have an impression about this. The second mission to Ingushetia and Dagestan was twice postponed at the last moment and then cancelled for good reasons after Russia expelled from the Council of Europe, and it was always, to be honest, a kind of game, because they don't want to cooperate really, and not to let me and others in the country. But I held several very informative hearings in committee and online with representatives of those communities whose rights have been trampled in the most awful way. These include LGBTI persons, human rights defenders and journalists, but also ordinary people who do not agree with the regime of Mr. Kadyrov, as well as women who merely try to escape violent husbands, fathers or brothers. My report takes into account the Assembly's earlier work on this subject, and to be honest, we have to proceed. The case law of the Court of Human Rights and the work of the Committee of Ministers attempting to implement the numerous judgments documenting human rights violations. These violations include unlawful killings, enforced disappearances, torture, unfair trials, and the brutal repression of the freedoms of speech and association. So all the worst you could imagine. Every violation of human rights you can find in this region. We have now understood that the heavy-handed methods of repression tested in this region have spread further, first to other regions of the Russian Federation, then to illegally annexed Crimea and the so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk, and now, as we speak, in the areas of Ukraine newly occupied by Russian troops since the beginning of the war of aggression against Ukraine. It is not a coincidence that the so-called head of the Chechen Republic, Ramzan Kadyrov, and some of his notoriously brutal Kadyrovsky fighters are now actively involved in the attack on Ukraine. And I remember when I was there, he made a public statement one day before I arrived there, and with unbelievable kind of wording and accusations today. I must say I'm a little bit proud of this. So we as a PACE can only appeal to Russia to finally fulfill its obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. I should like to recall that it is still binding on Russia. It's still binding on Russia until the 16th of September this year. Whatever the Russian State Duma thinks they should decide and what kind of law they should organize, they sign once that the rules are still valid for them. The end of the cooling off period of 6 months foreseen by the convention itself. After this, Russia remains bound by its international human rights commitments under the United Nations Convention on Civil and Political Rights. But for sure, we have no illusions what it means to fulfill this. We can also appeal to our member states to ensure that those threatened by persecution and who manage to escape shall not be sent back to Russia. They should be granted asylum and protection from extraterritorial repression of the kind we have witnessed in Vienna, in Berlin and elsewhere. As many examples in my report show, they are not safe in other regions of Russia. And I think we should do everything, and we should ask our member states really to take to check the situation, the human rights situation, to really monitoring, and at the end to do everything to make people responsible who commit those crimes. And finally, and this is particularly important point, we can appeal to the Court of Human Rights to continue treating with special care all the cases that are still pending and all the applications that can still be brought for violations happening until 16th of September. The court should do this even in the present government in Russia says that it will not cooperate with the court, nor implement its judgments. The victims of such terrible violations are those coming from the North Caucasus region, have a right to be truth being said officially by the court. This will give much needed relief and closure to the surviving victims and their families. It will also create an authoritative record of these violations by a neutral international body. This well-documented record will in turn greatly facilitate the task of a future democratic Russia. And we all hope a democratic Russia will eventually emerge to face up to the crimes of the current regime and rehabilitate the victims. It's not very much, but it's what we can do and what we have to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwabe. Now I call Mrs. Eversdottir, reporter, to present the second report. You have 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 5 minutes to reply to debate at the end. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, imprisoning people for expressing themselves is a lethal weapon against democracy. Criminalizing dissent is one of the most effective measures to drain the life out of any democratic society. Creating the atmosphere of fear, repression, and persecution of any opposition is the necessary precondition for totalitarian rule. And, as Mr. Vladimir Kara-Murza, one of Russia's political prisoners, so eloquently puts it, internal suppression leads to external aggression. Indeed, the ongoing and devastating war of aggression against Ukraine demonstrates that only genuine democracies with free opposition and free political debate can guarantee democratic security and peace with neighboring countries. Consequently, it was a necessary precondition for Putin to crush in advance any potential anti-war movement and opposition to enable his horrific and murderous grand plan. But even that was not enough. Since the beginning of its large-scale invasion into Ukraine, Russian authorities have suppressed what remained of civil society and independent media in Russia. The most flagrant examples of this are the closure of Novaya Gazeta and Memorial, whose representatives testified before our committee, and the new law criminalizing the spread of so-called fake information about the Russian military, with penalties up to 15 years in prison, under which our expert and well-known Russian opposition politician, Vladimir Kara-Murza, is currently being prosecuted and detained. Colleagues, the numbers speak volumes. According to the latest information received from Memorial Human Rights Center, at this time, there are 478 political prisoners, including 365 persons imprisoned on religious grounds. This number will most likely increase. Dear colleagues, despite the expulsion of the Russian Federation from the Council of Europe on March 16, 2022, our Assembly has decided to continue to support and engage with Russian human rights defenders, with democratic forces, free media, and independent civil society that respect and defend the values of our organization. This applies first and foremost, of course, to those who are detained in Russian prisons precisely for defending these values now or in the past, and to those who fall under our Assembly's definition of political prisoners set out in Resolution 1900-2012. Dear colleagues, during the preparation of my report, the Russian authorities refused to cooperate, in contravention to their international obligations. But despite this lack of cooperation, I present to you a thorough, well-researched and detailed report based on evidence provided by the different experts who testified in 3 hearings before our committee, and also based on public information concerning cases examined by the various Council of Europe bodies, including the European Court of Human Rights. And this report includes an overview of individual cases examined by our Assembly, by the Commissioner of Human Rights and the European Court. These concern political opponents, civil society activists, human rights defenders, but also ordinary citizens peacefully demonstrating who are or have been detained in breach of their convention rights. It is clear from some of the court's judgments, in particular those concerning Alexei Navalny, that the Russian authorities have become increasingly repressive towards political opponents in the past several years, and that they are following a pattern of systematic oppression. Dear colleagues, in the draft resolution before you, first of all, we make a call on the Russian authorities to implement all judgments of the court concerning applicants who meet our definition of political prisoners, notably by ensuring the immediate release of those who are still detained, like Alexei Navalny and Alexei Pejčinović, and by discontinuing all pending criminal proceedings and detention of Jehovah's Witnesses. We call on them to re-examine the cases of all persons appearing on the list of memorial and release those found to be political prisoners, and that pending their release, to ensure the full respect of their rights, including their right not to be tortured or treated inhumanely. And of course, to adopt general measures to address the structural causes of the existence of political prisoners in Russia by repealing or amending the laws that are being applied to them. For instance, the laws on foreign agents, the law on undesirable organizations, extremism, and fake information on the Russian military. Just stop it. Dear colleagues, this resolution reconfirms our condemnation in the strongest terms of the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine, and it calls on the Russian Federation to immediately release all kidnapped mayors and local representatives, activists, volunteers, journalists, and other abducted civilians, and to comply strictly with its obligations under international law, including international human rights and international humanitarian law. We also recall the horrible crimes committed against Crimean Tatars, many of whom are political prisoners and have endured unspeakable violence at the hands of the Russian authorities. We then include several recommendations to member and observer states, including granting visas or considering asylum requests from former political prisoners, and refusing politically motivated extradition requests, and imposing targeted sanctions. We also invite the court to continue processing pending and future cases against Russia while it is still possible. I'm aware, dear colleagues, that this resolution might not lead to the immediate release of political prisoners in Russia, in Ukraine, Moldova, or Georgia. Nevertheless, it is our goal as guardians of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law to continue the fight for their release. As our expert Vladimir Kara-Murza said when he addressed us in our committee in April, some weeks before he was arrested in Russia and joined the ranks of Russian political prisoners, the greatest fear of any political prisoner is to be forgotten. By adopting this report, dear colleagues, you are ensuring that they will not be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. In the debate, I call first Mr. Mayor Jacques from France on behalf of ALDE. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, permettez-moi d'abord de remercier vivement nos deux rapporteurs, Frank Schwabe et Suna Vrasdottir. Leur travail, un travail constant, régulier depuis des années, est un travail essentiel. Notre rôle, c'est d'abord de défendre ceux qui en ont le plus besoin, ces combattants qui sont là pour incarner nos valeurs, incarner nos règles de droit, et ce prisonnier de conscience, le pire qui puisse arriver, comme l'a dit Suna à l'instant, c'est qu'on les oublie. Ces prisonniers politiques sont aussi une prise de température concernant l'état des sociétés. Comme ça a été dit aussi, une Russie démocratique n'aurait probablement pas laissé Poutine massacrer des populations étrangères et sacrifier son pays. Nous devons donc continuer à mobiliser, faire en sorte que la Cour de justice puisse juger les cas pendants concernant la Russie, mais aussi les plaintes qui s'accumulent jour après jour. Et même si les Russes ne coopèrent pas à la mise en œuvre des jugements, ces jugements, on les doit à ces victimes pour qu'elles soient reconnues dans leur statut. Le 4 mars dernier, en réponse aux protestations exprimées en Russie contre la guerre d'agression en Ukraine, Poutine a signé de nouvelles lois. Ces dernières criminalisent les actes allant à l'encontre de la position officielle russe, de 15 ans de prison, 15 000 personnes arrêtées, 2400 incriminations administratives, 58 procédures pénales. Désormais, la Russie ne fait plus semblant, elle ne se cache plus derrière le masque de la convenance. C'est des pratiques totalitaires qui se mettent en place. Notre groupe a reçu aujourd'hui, dans cette Assemblée, pour un side event, Evgenia Kara-Murza, ainsi qu'un représentant de Memorial. Kara-Murza, Vladimir, est un acteur très aimé, très estimé dans cette Assemblée. Il nous a aidés dans ses rapports passés. Il nous a aidés aussi à faire en sorte de faire la vérité sur les empoisonnements au Novichok. Le témoignage d'Evgenia a été pour nous extrêmement important. Je souhaiterais également revenir sur le cas d'Alexei Navalny. Il vient d'être transféré dans un quartier de haute sécurité, la prison IK6, connue pour les abus et les actes de torture. Je citerai aussi ce que nous a dit Evgenia tout à l'heure, avec le fait qu'il commence à y avoir des internements psychiatriques pour les prisonniers de conscience. On en revient à l'époque du goulag. Bref, les travaux de Franck et de Suna le montrent, la dégradation est sans fin, la Russie exclue, mais nous devons continuer à agir pour Alexei Navalny, pour Vladimir Karamurza et pour tous les prisonniers politiques. C'est la raison pour laquelle mon groupe, évidemment, appuiera fortement les recommandations de nos deux rapporteurs. Merci à vous.
Thank you. I call Mrs. May Kivela from Finland on behalf of UEL. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President. Firstly, I want to thank the rapporteurs for their important and thorough work. I regret that despite numerous of based resolutions, the human rights situation in the North Caucasus region has not improved since the last report. There has been no real progress in the implementation of the court's judgments, and Russia is not cooperating with the Council of Europe's monitoring bodies such as the CPT. Especially journalists, human rights defenders, and LGBTI people, women and girls, are at risk. The report includes a draft recommendation calling all member and observer states of the Council of Europe to examine asylum applications emanating from the persons from the North Caucasus, especially for those who belong to vulnerable groups. The group of Unified European Left supports this suggestion, as well as the recommendation that the people of the North Caucasus should also be given sufficient protection after being granted asylum. Concerning the political prisoners in the Russian Federation, the situation has been awful and has gotten even worse now, as we know. Political prisoners in Russia are ordinary people expressing their opinions, members of minorities, and political activists and politicians such as Alexei Navalny and Vladimir Karamurza. These arbitrary arrests are an explicit violation of human rights. Even though Russia is no longer a member of the Council of Europe, it is important that we continue to supervise the situation of political prisoners in the Russian Federation. To achieve change in Russia, the civil society needs our support to be able to react and to be able to act. We welcome the inclusion of civil society in the report on the priorities of the Secretary General. Civil society in Russia, including human rights defenders and human rights institutions, should continue having access to the Council of Europe and the Human Rights Commissioner. The Council of Europe should work to push Russia to meet its international human rights commitments, both in the case of the North Caucasus, as well as the political prisoners and other human rights violations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen from Finland on behalf of Socialists. Take the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, it's so nice to speak after Marija Kivelä, my country lady, same country, same subject. And I start in the same way. Frank and Suna, thanks very, very much for your excellent and very profound reports on subject which is very, very actual and important for all of us today. I'm actually just now reading a novel of a Russian writer. Actually, he is living here in France, André Makin. And there is a motto in the novel, and the motto is the following: so immense and so sad fatherland, Russia. Today, here was a side event in our building in Council of Europe called New Wave of Repression Targeting Anti-War Protests in Russia. That was a side event and roundtable discussions, and one of the key speakers there was Yevgenia Karamurza, wife of a jailed Russian dissident Vladimir Karamurza. She stated to us and told a story. A person was demonstrating in Russia, and in her hand was a novel of a famous Russian writer, Leo Tolstoy. The novel was The Special Operation and Peace. She stated the lady was detained, 15 years imprisonment because of war propaganda. So immense and sad Russia. The country doesn't have democratic history at all. There hasn't been ever regime change through democratic elections. Today we are witnessing a country where people are disappearing, political opponents are murdered. That country, which is actually our neighboring country, is ruled by fear. They are carrying war against Ukraine, but they are actually carrying war against their own people, and not only in Chechnya, as Frank described the history, but today the immense repression actually is a war against their own people. I started my statement with Lev Tolstoy. I will finish my statement with the grandson of Lev Tolstoy, Peter Tolstoy. He was actually the head of the Russian delegation here in Council of Europe. And I remember very well the 13th of March when he slammed the door here, saying, "We never come back to this organization." I responded him, "Peter, actually you will come back to this organization because your people, they share the same values we share about democracy, human rights, and rule of law. That's why they will come here, and that's the future we must trust and pay on." Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Davor Ivo Stier from Croatia on behalf of EPP. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and let me start by thanking Suna Evers-Datir and Frank Schwabe for their work. Both your reports describe the systematic violations of human rights by the authorities of the Russian Federation. Yesterday, at the group meeting of the European People's Party, we hosted Evgenia Karamurza, the wife of the imprisoned Russian activist and the journalist Vladimir Karamurza, as well as Sergei Davidis, the head of the political prisoner program of the human rights organization Memorial. And they reminded us of that key message that Suna also mentioned, and that is the direct connection between the internal repression and the external aggression. In the Schwabe report, we can read how is the climate of impunity for human rights violations in Chechnya, in Dagestan, in Ingushetia, the persecution instead of the protection of vulnerable groups. In the Evers-Datir report, we see how is the systematic repression of opposition leaders in today's Russia. 478 political prisoners. Out of that, 365 because of their religious beliefs. So a systematic violation of freedom of speech, of assembly, of association, of freedom of religion and belief. And when freedom is denied by an authoritarian regime to its own people, to its own citizens, then the next step is to deny it as well to its neighbors. And this is at the core of what we are witnessing today with Russia's aggression to Ukraine. And this is why it's so important also to approve these two reports. They are crucial to the role of the Council of Europe. A Council of Europe that, by defending freedom, by defending human rights, is defending peace and preventing war. As Christian Democrats, still inspired by the founding fathers of modern Europe, Schuman, De Gasperi, Adenauer, we know very well that for us, The state is there to serve and secure the freedom, the dignity of every human person, and not the other way around. And this is at the core of what we are trying to do here at the Council of Europe, and this is the key reason also why it's so important to approve these two reports. The European People's Party will do it. We invite all the members of this Assembly to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. John Howell from United Kingdom on behalf of EC. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I too have met Yevgenia Karamurza, and I want to comment on the second report. But before I do that, let me thank Frank and Suna for their two valuable reports, which had a tremendous amount of interesting information. If I turn to the second report first, I think it's really important not to gloss over what happened to Vladimir when he was arrested. It's important to go into the detail because it shows so much about how the Russians deal with people. According to Yevgenia, Vladimir was first arrested by the police because they said he had committed a simple police offence. He had done something wrong. He had driven away from the police coming towards him. That was impossible. But he was dragged off to prison. He was dragged off to the police station, where he was put into a cell for a little while. And that was going to last for a matter of weeks, until the police, with the help of the Russian parliament, produced their new law, and he was then arrested, essentially for spreading misinformation about the war. Now, I think that shows the extent to which the Russians will go to any lengths to silence people in Russia. And a number of other people have already mentioned the number of political prisoners that there are there. And of course, there are calls all the time for those political prisoners to be released, and I share those calls. But one of the most important things is the point that Suna made, that people should not be forgotten. And when it comes to political prisoners in the neighboring country of Belarus, I'm part of a group that simply does not forget them. We can do things in this assembly as part of that, but we can also do something individually as politicians. And for the Belarusian political prisoners, I'm one of those who has effectively adopted a political prisoner and writes to them in order to make sure that they are still seen as part of the real world. And if we can do more of that with political prisoners, we can really make them feel at home as much as passing any resolution in this place will do. And I would urge us all to look at that as a possibility for the future.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Bernard Fournier from France. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues. Je remercie notre collègue rapporteur pour son rapport sur les cas de prisonniers politiques en Fédération de Russie. Je veux profiter de ce moment pour rendre également un hommage appuyé à mon collègue français, Jacques Maire, qui s'est particulièrement investi sur le cas d'Alexeï Navalny. Nous prenons ici la mesure de l'ampleur de la violation des droits de l'homme dans ce pays, la violation de l'ensemble des procédures démocratiques. Selon les informations de l'ONG Mémorial, citées dans le rapport, il y aurait aujourd'hui 447 prisonniers politiques en Fédération de Russie, dont 87 prisonniers proprement politiques et 360 emprisonnés pour des motifs religieux. Nous devons demander la libération et renouveler également nos craintes vis-à-vis de la situation des Tatars de Crimée. Les mesures prises par les autorités russes depuis le début de l'agression de la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine n'ont fait que restreindre encore davantage la liberté d'expression, la liberté de réunion, la liberté d'association et qu'accroître la répression qui s'abat sur la société civile. Nous ne pouvons pas nous y résoudre et nous devons rappeler à la Fédération de Russie qu'elle reste soumise jusqu'au 16 septembre 2022 à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et qu'à ce titre, le maintien en détention de prisonniers politiques constitue une violation de la Convention, de même que d'autres traités internationaux. Elle devra rendre des comptes. De notre côté, comme le souligne notre rapporteur, il me paraît important que notre Assemblée continue à suivre la situation des prisonniers politiques en Fédération de Russie. Nous devons montrer à la société civile russe que nous ne les abandonnons pas, même si la Fédération de Russie ne fait plus partie du Conseil de l'Europe. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Dmytro Natalucha from Ukraine. You have 3 minutes. He's not here. The next one is online.
We'll come back to him because he doesn't seem to be there.
We'll back to him. The next one is Mr. Nicole Trichet from France. You have 3 minutes. Mrs. Sorry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, merci Franck, merci Suna pour ces 2 rapports. Je l'avais dit en mars, lors de notre session extraordinaire, la Fédération de Russie, en adhérant au Conseil de l'Europe, s'était engagée à poursuivre un idéal humaniste et de progrès, et bien évidemment à poursuivre également l'interdiction de détenir une personne pour ses opinions ou son engagement politique. Son président actuel, en choisissant délibérément de lancer une guerre d'agression contre l'Ukraine, a bafoué ses valeurs. Il a renié la parole donnée et plongé l'Europe tout entière dans la crise. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons décidé d'exclure la Fédération de Russie le 16 mars dernier. Ces raisons, malheureusement, sont toujours d'actualité puisque le fantasme de la Grande Russie continue. Le régime a plus que jamais droit de vie ou de mort sur chacun de ses habitants. Le nombre des prisonniers politiques augmente. Nous ne pouvons rester indifférents à cette situation, même si la Russie ne fait plus partie de l'institution. Nous devons continuer à soutenir les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, les forces démocratiques, les médias libres et la société civile indépendante en Fédération de Russie. Nous devons nous engager à leur côté. Nous ne combattons pas le peuple russe, mais le comportement du régime russe contre le peuple ukrainien, mais également contre sa propre population, dont un nombre croissant correspond à la fameuse définition du prisonnier politique telle qu'elle a été définie dans une résolution qui a été adoptée par notre Assemblée. Je cite: « Une personne privée de sa liberté individuelle doit être considérée comme un prisonnier politique si la détention a été imposée pour des raisons purement politiques, sans rapport avec une infraction, ou si pour des raisons politiques, la durée de la détention ou ses conditions sont manifestement disproportionnées par rapport à l'infraction dont la personne a été reconnue coupable. » Cet engagement est indispensable. Ne pas oublier ces héros ordinaires. Continuer à lutter pour eux, encore et toujours, en attendant de retrouver, qui sait, une relation plus apaisée avec la Fédération de la Russie lorsque tous ces prisonniers politiques seront libérés. En tout cas, je nous le souhaite, je leur souhaite, et je remercie encore une fois les rapporteurs pour avoir réaffirmé avec force des principes incontournables pour le Conseil de l'Europe.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Marie Didier from France. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie à mon tour nos collègues Franck et Suna pour leur rapport. Hélas, très sombre, très inquiétant, sur la situation en Caucase du Nord, en République tchétchène, au Daghestan et en Ingouchie. Notre Assemblée a adopté par le passé plusieurs résolutions qui, hélas, n'ont eu aucun effet concret. L'impunité dont jouissent les agents des autorités régionales et fédérales pour de graves violations des droits de l'homme persiste et la peur reste généralisée. Les persécutions dont sont victimes les représentants de l'opposition au pouvoir, les journalistes, les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, les personnes LGBTI, les femmes qui refusent de se plier aux exigences découlant des valeurs traditionnelles sont effrayantes et ne peuvent que nous interpeller avec un désagréable sentiment d'impuissance. Car force est de constater malheureusement que si la Fédération de Russie n'a pas pris les mesures qui s'imposaient lorsqu'elle appartenait au Conseil de l'Europe, si elle n'a pas exécuté les arrêts de la Cour quand elle y était soumise, ce n'est pas maintenant qu'elle a quitté l'organisation et qu'elle conteste frontalement ses valeurs qu'elle va s'y plier. Mais peut-on se résoudre à voir ces personnes et leurs proches continuer d'être persécutées, à risquer pour leur vie, au seul motif qu'elles veulent vivre comme elles l'entendent? La réponse est évidemment non. Même après l'exclusion de la Fédération de Russie du Conseil de l'Europe, nous devons rappeler aux autorités russes fédérales et locales leurs obligations internationales permanentes de respect des droits fondamentaux de toutes les personnes placées sous leur autorité. C'est notre mission et notre honneur. Aujourd'hui, la Fédération de Russie reste ainsi partie à la Convention européenne pour la prévention de la torture et des peines ou traitements inhumains ou dégradants. Elle doit coopérer avec le Comité européen de prévention de la torture. Mais au regard du péril qui les menace, chacun de nos États se doit d'examiner avec soin et bienveillance les demandes d'asile émanant de résidents du Caucase du Nord et leur assurer, le cas échéant, la protection nécessaire. Au regard des échanges que nous avons eus ce matin, nous devons réaffirmer que nous n'abandonnons pas la société civile du Caucase du Nord et plus généralement de la Fédération de Russie, aujourd'hui écrasée par un régime autoritaire. Nous voterons bien évidemment ce rapport avec conviction.
Thank you. The next one is Mrs. Virolainen Anni-Marie from Finland. You have 3 minutes.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I also want to thank Sunna for her excellent report. The report is essentially about democracy in Russia, and the report discloses its absence, but only that. It depicts a clear perversion of democracy. Examples in this report are about a society where fear is a predominant state amongst people. The fate of political prisoners portrays the brute reality of today's Russian society. In today's Russia, the consequence of carrying out the most normal democratic procedure, mobilizing a political alternative, means the fate of Alexei Navalny for anyone daring to try. We all recognize that for Kremlin, guaranteeing even the lowest level of civil rights for Russian people represents a threat for the regime. We are disillusioned by the fact that the Russian Federation has no interest to advance democracy, because that would require allowing real political opposition. Thus, our message today is likely to be interpreted in Kremlin as Western hostility. It is not. It is about speaking up the possibility of real dialogue within Russia. The measures introduced in the report are about protecting individual citizens for not being imprisoned for the sake of using their voice. Dear colleagues, on the measures of the report, I would first like to emphasize that the facilitation of visa schemes is needed for former political prisoners or threatened opposition leaders, civil society activists, journalists, or human rights defenders. This helps these people to avoid being imprisoned for activity that should be business as usual, no matter the country. Second, politically motivated refoulement requests for Russian citizens by the Russian Federation must not be accepted. All red notice requests from the Russian National Central Bureau should be examined carefully by the Interpol. Third, European Union must decide more and stronger economic sanctions against the leaders and officials of Russian Federation for both persecution of political opponents and detention of political prisoners in Russia. Dear colleagues, I also support the recommendation of commemorate October 13 as the International Day of Political Prisoners. People standing up to injustice at the cost of their life have deserved that. This bravery by hundreds of Russians shall be remembered for standing up for freedom, democracy, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Mrs. Marija Mezentseva from Ukraine. Take the floor.
Thank you, dear President, and thank you, colleagues, because there is no room for negotiations left here, because remembering just 1 year ago in June session we were talking about the indigenous people, Crimean Tatars, and it was the report of our dear colleague Suna, and today Frank and Suna jointly are presenting two remarkable reports which are not only talking about the Crimean Tatars which are forcibly displaced from their homeland in the peninsula of Crimea. We're seeing and fighting together with you not to close the memorial of the Human Rights Center, but they still shut it down so the figures are not spreading across Russia. And the latest ones, the latest figures are saying that they have the political prisoners grown over several years. It's 121 persons in 2017, and in 2021 it's already 373. And that's only those, the stories of whom are put on the website, the stories of those whom we know. Our dear friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, his last words before imprisonment were specifically about political prisoners. You can be an activist, a public figure, and you can go into the Red Square with a blank paper having dots on it, meaning no war, and you can become a prisoner right away, not even saying a word. Today we're not only talking about the Crimean Tatars, but also those who are being called in Russia, in their own country, extremists, undesirable organizations, and it goes to the understanding of the free media, or actually the absence of the free media. The personal vendetta of Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who is trying to spread the word today, mentioned by me also Crimean Tatars, young Muslims, which are being accused in terrorism and are being put in prison for 15, 20 years at 5 a.m. in front of their children and wives. Of course, the Putin's Russia has nothing to do with democracy, as you've rightly said, colleagues. And maybe there will be a day, of course, for this coming back to this organization with fulfilling all the obligations under the international law, which probably means nothing to Putin when he's just laughing at us, at all of us, by saying that he is trying to implement a democracy for freedom of speech or the freedom of religion. We have been witnessing this instruments of war from back in the 19th up until today. And of course, before celebrating the day of the Crimean Tatar flag on the 26th of June, I would like to remind that there's 234 cases of the criminal prosecutions in the Crimea, 164 of those who are indigenous Tatar people. We hope that the day will come when we will be talking to the partners, not the evil which is presented now by the Putin's Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. The next one is Mr. Goncharenko Alexei from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Suna Versdotter and Frank Schwabe for very good work, and to the Committee on Legal Affairs and great secretariat of this committee for a very good work. And I want to tell you that is extremely important reports, and I want to stress your attention on North Caucasus. That's very important. That shows to all of us what is Russian Empire, what is Russian Federation. In the 19th century it was said, it is prison of nations. And it is absolutely true. And those nations who try to rebel and to free themselves, they are suppressed with unbelievable brutality. And these, in North Caucasus, we saw it. In the 19th century, there was a genocide of Cherkess people there. In the 20th century, there was a genocide of Chechen and Ingush people. When they, just imagine, all nation was, two nations were taken to the trains for livestock and sent in thousands of kilometers. 1/3 of these people died on the way to Kazakhstan, where they were sent. Just imagine this genocide. And at the end of the 20th century, when they again tried to rebel for their future and freedom, they again were tortured. Almost 200,000 Chechen people were killed. And for what? to make from Chechen people just fighters for Putin to attack new countries like Ukraine. Unborn in 2000 Chechen boys are now fighting in Ukraine against Ukrainians, led by collaborant, butcher and traitor of his own people, Ramzan Kadyrov. Who made in Chechnya something unbelievable. I mean, there is no even Russian law there. People live in North Caucasus like in medieval times. Murderings, rapings, everything just you can imagine. The killing of people, and they're doing it. And it's here, not far from us. So our duty as Organization for Human Rights, we need to support these people, these nations, small nations of North Caucasus, in their fight for their freedom. Because that is the idea of this Russian Empire, to take one nation after other and to use it against others. They now attacked Ukraine, to take Ukrainians, to use them then to attack Finnish people, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian people. That is the idea of this awful empire. And that is something we need to stop once and forever, because these people, they do not deserve such future, and that is what's going on our eyes. So let us help these people, let us free these suppressed nations in Russian Federation, let us kill this zombie empire once and forever, let us free these people and give them possibility to live in normal life, not in medieval times, not being just a meat for Putin like he is using them now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. The next one is Mr. Eker Mehmet Mehdi from Turkey. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I'd like to begin by thanking the rapporteurs for their excellent works. These reports successfully draw our attention to the situation of political prisoners in Russian Federation and the victims of human rights abuses in the Northern Caucasus region, and contribute to the previous works of our Assembly on these matters. Beside other issues mentioned in the reports, I regret that human rights situation of Crimean Tatars continues to deteriorate. Despite the numerous calls by this Assembly and the decisions of the Strasbourg Court, we hardly see any sign of improvement. For this reason, I am pleased that the rapporteur has put an emphasis on the grave human rights violations against Crimean Tatars. Crimean Tatars have been exposed to political pressure, judicial harassment, and unjust detainment, and convictions based on fabricated cases for long years. Unfortunately, arbitrary arrests and prosecutions of Crimean Tatars based on political motivations and false accusations still persist and have become systematic. I deplore the systematic pressure and judicial harassment on Crimean Tatars, as well as other groups who share the same fate. In addition, we all condemn the illegal annexation of Crimea and the repression of Crimean Tatars, despite the fact that Russian Federation ceased to be a member of Council of Europe. This organization and this Assembly must continue to monitor and follow up the developments regarding the human rights situation of Crimean Tatars. We call on Russian authorities not to block accession to the region for inquiry and not to prevent efforts for prompt and effective investigation into the human rights violations against the Crimean Tatars. Having said that, I believe that we have an obligation to do our best to protect those who are victims of oppression in the region and to make them feel that they are not alone. Finally, I would like to congratulate rapporteurs once again and to express my support for territorial integrity of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next one is Mrs. Shaw Inger from Norway. Take the floor, please.
Thank you, President, and dear colleagues. This is not the first time we are debating political prisoners in the Russian Federation. We have had several debates just on the arrest and continued detention of Mr. Alexei Navalny. What is first today, however, is a discussion this issue without Russia as a member. Russia being excluded doesn't mean that we should stop following the developments in the country. We owe the Russian people what is left of civil society and independent media representatives to continue to examine what is happening. We must continue to speak up. We must find ways to reach out to agents of change in Russian society, and we must find ways to communicate to the Russian people. They are fellow Europeans who also deserve to live in a democracy respecting human rights and the rule of law. And President, at the start of the session week, our political group had the honor of welcoming Mrs. Yevgenieva Karamurza. Her words made a great impact on me. She is fighting for justice and freedom for her husband. He has not committed a crime. He has voiced his criticism of the regime. He has exercised what should have been his right to free speech. Healthy democracies do not arrest individuals because they voice their opinion and disagree with the political leadership. Healthy democracies encourage debate. Through debate and dissent we develop. The message from Yevgenieva Karamurza was clear. Do not forget Vladimir Karamurza. Continue to give attention to his case. Continue to call his immediate and unconditional release. With the ongoing war, dissenting opinions have been silent on ever larger scale. Demonstrators have been arrested. The number of political prisoners is increasing. Ukrainians in the Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine are being arrested on political grounds. We as an assembly must call for their immediate release. Mr. President, by having this debate and by having debates on political prisoners in Russia also in the future, we will continue to give attention to the case of Mr. Navalny, Mr. Karamurza, and the hundreds of detainees in Russia imprisoned for political reasons. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The next one is Mr. Bergeron Stefan from Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Rebonjour, devrais-je dire bonsoir, chers collègues. Madame et Monsieur les rapporteurs, merci infiniment. Vous me permettrez de m'attarder plus particulièrement sur le deuxième sujet. Ces dernières années, j'ai plusieurs fois eu l'occasion de m'adresser à vous au sujet d'Alexei Navalny, qui est assurément le prisonnier politique le plus connu en Russie. M. Navalny répond clairement à la définition de ce qu'est un prisonnier politique, définition adoptée par cette Assemblée en 2012, car sa détention, dis-je, a été imposée pour des raisons purement politiques. Or, malgré le caractère extrêmement médiatique de sa persécution de longue date, M. Navalny n'est malheureusement pas l'exception, il est la norme en Russie. Citant des données du Centre des droits de la personne Mémorial, qui a été honteusement fermé par les autorités russes en décembre dernier, le rapport présenté par la rapporteure Evarsdottir recense, comme on le disait un peu plus tôt, quelques 477 prisonniers politiques en Russie, dont 87 prisonniers proprement politiques et 360 personnes emprisonnées pour des motifs religieux. Si, à l'instar de M. Navalny, plusieurs de ces personnes ont été emprisonnées avant la vague de répression ayant fait suite à l'invasion de l'Ukraine, il est clair que de nouvelles lois répressives, comme celles sur les soi-disant fausses informations, viendront grossir leurs rangs. À cet égard, je tiens à remercier la rapporteure, Mme Evarsdottir, d'avoir notamment attiré notre attention sur le cas de Vladimir Karamurza, qui illustre cette vague de répression plus récente, laquelle s'attaque notamment aux personnes qui manifestent pacifiquement contre la guerre en Ukraine. Alors que le chemin le plus sécuritaire et confortable pour eux aurait été celui de l'exil, M. Karamurza, M. Navalny, leur collègue défunt Boris Nemtsov et bien d'autres ont plutôt choisi de rester pour témoigner de ce qui se passe dans leur pays, quelles qu'en soient les conséquences qui se révèlent implacables. Lorsque la Russie a annexé la Crimée en 2014, M. Nemtsov a prédit que son pays serait confronté à un isolement international, à l'appauvrissement de sa population et à la répression politique. Il n'aura pas pu constater par lui-même qu'il avait vu juste. Je l'avoue, j'ai parfois l'impression que rien ne changera. On ne cesse de condamner la Russie dans les termes les plus durs et réclamer de sa part la mise en œuvre de résolutions dont on sait qu'elle les ignorera ostensiblement. Mais le régime de Vladimir Poutine mise justement sur ce sentiment d'impuissance, sur cette impression que ce que nous faisons est parfaitement futile, mais nous ne pouvons céder au cynisme. Les outils qui ont été évoqués dans le rapport de Mme Ebersdottir peuvent certes apparaître imparfaits, mais le fait d'y recourir démontre malgré tout notre détermination à tout mettre en œuvre pour que ces prisonniers politiques puissent retrouver leur liberté, de même que pour l'émergence d'une Russie démocratique et respectueuse des droits humains. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you. The next one is Mrs. Kravchuk Evgenia from Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you,
3
Chair.
minutes.
Dear colleagues, it's very obvious that Russian regime is very good in building, is very bad in building democracy and very good in building gulag. Filtration camps, torturing, kidnappings, forced deportations, put into prison people for 10 or 15 years just for calling war a war, closing independent media. That's how the modern Russia of 21st century looks like right now. But also territories that it occupies. And Crimea experienced these gross violations of human rights 8 years ago. Crimean Tatars, Ukrainian activists were target for Russian authorities since the annexation, and now we see the same thing happening in the freshly occupied territories, Kherson region, Zaporizhia region, Donetsk, Luhansk regions, where people who even have posed with Ukrainian flag in their social media can be called for a conversation, and some never come back. And the usual list to target are local mayors, members of local councils, journalists, activists, veterans of war. And we already have discussed in this assembly the topic of detainees and political prisoners in Russia for many, many times. A lot of you met Yevgenia, wife of Vladimir Kara-Murza, the political oppositioner in Russia who is now in prison because he called a war in Ukraine a war. And I really admire her courage, and I admire the courage of her colleagues from Memorial, but it's such a pity that such brave people are in minority in Russia right now. They are being arrested, they have to go and flee and live abroad, or at least they have to be silent, not to be put to jail. Of course, the words of support that we all say are very important, and the resolutions, and I congratulate both of the rapporteurs on these resolutions, they will add up, build up for the later justice and punishment for those who do the crimes. But we should ask ourselves, do we do enough by just delivering a speech? You know, I recall this situation with this famous fairy tale that is in every folklore. There is a dragon that terrorizes the village. You know, it asks every year for maidens and it eats these maidens or kills them, and everyone is afraid. But finally, there is a hero that stands up and fights with this dragon and wins. Well, guess what? Ukrainians are doing it just now, fighting a terrorist state that Russia had become. And we ask you for this support because the Ukrainian victory is key in this thing. Please put such sanctions to Russia that Russian regime will not have a support inside of the country because they will be so painful and everyone will understand. And then you will really help those political prisoners that we talk about many hours in this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Mrs. Ovchenikova Yulia from Ukraine, and she is online.
Dear colleagues, are you hearing me?
Yes. continue.
Oh, sorry, because problem with camera.
You can
Dear
speak, we
colleagues,
listen to you.
Unfortunately, Russia continues to violate international law grossly, as evidenced by the numerous decisions of the European Court of Human Rights on violation of European Convention of Human Rights. The European Court of Human Rights should intensify the continued pending in forthcoming cases against Russia for alleged violation of the convention, including on the illegally occupied territories of Ukraine, Georgia, and Republic of Moldova. The fundamental issue is the current political imprisonments in Russia of those who dared to spread the truth about the Russian invasion of the territory of Ukraine, like Vladimir Kara-Murza, the NGO Memorial. They should be realized, and that's the role of the global diplomacy, of the Council of Europe, to make all possible efforts to make them free. Since February 24, the global world has been observing how the Russian troops are destroying the Ukrainian schools, hospitals, burning the Ukrainian books, museums, and cultural heritage, how they persecute teachers and schools principals and force introduction of the Russian propaganda everywhere. Illegal kidnapping, enforced resettlement of Ukrainian people and children goes on. Russian Federation proved multiplier times that they are the world's criminals. They don't stop before and abduction of children and detain them as political prisons. Just imagine, Ukrainian children are at this moment political prisons. 74 days ago, the 16-year-old boy Vlad Buryak, a son of the head of Zaporizhia district administration, Oleg Buryak, was kidnapped in the late morning of the 8th of April at the Russian checkpoints in Vasilievka. Teenage schoolboy has been detained of the occupied territory of the Zaporizhian region. Russian soldiers first kept him in solitary confinement in the pre-trial detention center, then changed the settlement and security. His father made numerous speeches and the international meetings, but nothing happened. Now I want to call all on the pace to the issues a special call to realize Vlad Buryak. It mustn't happen in the 21st century. Even the situation of war, children cannot be kept as political prisons. I call on our colleagues from the Parliament of the PACE member states to raise evidence on the numbers of those abducted during Russian aggressive war against Ukraine, mayors and local representatives, activists, volunteers, journalists, and other civilians. And take urgent action. Kidnapping civilians is against even the logic of war. Please, don't stay indifferent. Tomorrow that can be your compatriots. Russia will not stop until we together will stop them. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. The next one is Mr. Sorbara Francesco from Canada. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow parliamentarians and esteemed colleagues. Thank you to the rapporteur for this report, and thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak on this very important issue. Garry Kasparov, former world chess champion turned Russian political dissident, testified before in the Canadian Parliament that no one can or should be objective about repression, torture, or war. We do not owe Putin's victims objectivity, we owe them the truth. That was in 2016, by which point Mr. Kasparov had been warning of the realities of President Putin's rule for a decade. The truth is, in 2022, we can be appalled by the growing number of political prisoners in Russia, but we sadly cannot be surprised. Brave Russian activists, like Mr. Kasparov, have been sounding the alarm for far too long. The Council of Europe knows this all too well. As the committee's report sets out at a disheartening length, Council institutions have been at the forefront of international efforts for nearly 2 decades to support political freedoms in Russia and denounce Russian repression. With the expulsion of Russia from the Council of Europe, we here at PACE today must consider the next phase of these efforts. How best can we work collectively to support democracy and political pluralism in Russia when the consequences for those on the ground are so severe, where the space for political action is so limited? If we owe political prisoners to the truth, as Mr. Kasparov suggested, then part of that truth must be that our best efforts to date have not succeeded. Between the passing of the motion for this resolution in 2020 and our debate today, the list of political prisoners in Russia has grown by almost 150 names. Many others, like Mr. Kasparov, live in exile out of fear of facing a similar fate if they return to Russia. We must also keep in mind that this problem is not unique to Russia. The use of state power, including domestic judicial systems, against political opponents and human rights defenders occurs around the world. In October of last year, the UN's Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders reported that her office was following the cases of 148 defenders sentenced or at risk of being to prison terms exceeding 10 years, 3 of whom were in Russia. Mr. Kasparov said something else back in 2016 in his visit to Canada that has proven prophetic. Putin is very good at finding places where no one with the power to stop him will stand up to him. The danger is that he may eventually misjudge where he can go because he has encountered so little resistance so far. While President Putin has misjudged, the collective will of the brave Ukrainian people have demonstrated finally and definitively that his brutality can be opposed. Resistance is possible, and if it is possible in Ukraine, it is possible in Russia. If we want to support this resistance, we must continue to choose truth over objectivity. PACE and the Council of Europe have spent nearly 2 decades exposing the truth about political prisoners in Russia. However, the next phase of this mission unfolds. We must continue to do so. Thank you. Merci. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Francesco. That we are at the end of the list of speakers. Now I invite Mr. Schwabe, reporter, to reply. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
So much time. Thank you so much, Mr. President. A little bit unexpected. I don't know if I need it. So I really would like to thank all of you. I think it's very clear, and it's very clear again that we are very united on the question of not just Russians' aggression towards Ukraine, but on the human rights violations in Russia and how to deal with it as well. I would like to thank those in this organization who are really committed to the human rights and who are working very hard on the issues. And this time I namely want to ask Günther Schirmer and David Milner, because we really had some very, let's say, challenging and disturbing moments in preparing this report, but I understand in the past that there were very similar situation. When you really deal with the situation of human rights and democracy and rule of law in Chechnya, you are really in another world. You cannot believe where you are and what's going on there. So again, this organization is not just successful because members of parliament are working here, but a lot of people in this organization who are really committed to the values of this organization. The last words maybe I would like to use to really give tribute to those brave people who I could meet in the North Caucasus, but online as well. I could meet them here in Strasbourg, I could meet them in Berlin. It's Memorial for sure, but a lot of other organizations I cannot name, all of them who, despite the situation, this horrible situation, are still working and knowing what could happen every day and every hour to them, even now and even in this situation now. And I would like to say sorry as well. I don't know if I can say it in the name of some European countries who don't really take the situation serious enough and who don't give them enough possibilities to get asylum in other European countries. There are a lot of documented cases where we send, even from Germany, people back to Russia thinking that they can be safe somewhere else in the parts of the Russian Federation, but now we know this is not true, and I really would like to say sorry. I would like to ask again and underline that Russia has still the obligation to fulfill the judgments of the court, and it is still possible to go to the court, and that we really ask the court what they for sure will do to deal very seriously with these people who go to the court. And we don't decide today on it, but for sure, I think it's necessary after the adoption of this report and the other report that we really need to follow up, because if we don't put light in this very horrible human rights situation in the North Caucasus, we will do this. So I think it's our duty and it's our obligation to proceed. So I would like to ask you, and I see this would be possible to support this report, but again as well to think about the next one already. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwabe. And now I call Madam Eversdottir, the rapporteur, to reply, and you have 5 minutes, Suna.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this generous time. Thank you to all of the speakers and for the resounding support that I've heard for my report, but not only my report, but also Mr. Schwabe's report. It's very important to hear that the Assembly has a very strong support for these reports, because regardless of whether or not Russia is a member of this organization, we must continue to remind them of their international obligations, and we must continue to fight for the realization of the fundamental human rights in this region. I would also like to say that this is not the end point of our coverage of these issues. This report that I am asking you to adopt now will not be the final stage of our focus on the issue of political prisoners in Russia and in more places, of course. First of all, we have a motion that will be coming to our committee about the widespread political repression that has been going on towards anti-war protesters in Russia. I think this is a very important report for us to complete, because the suppression of anti-war protests is also something that is enabling the war to continue. And we need to shed a light on what is happening in this respect. I want to thank my Ukrainian colleague Marija for bringing up Crimean Tatars. As you know, I spoke for a different report not too long ago about the situation of Crimean Tatars, which is truly horrendous, and it should have served as a stark example, and it does serve as a really horrifying example of the horrors that await other peoples in occupied territories that are temporarily under the control of the Russian Federation. So I think we must be aware that it doesn't end here, and we need to continue this work. Now, our chair will also be completing a report about the humanitarian consequences and the international legal consequences of the war of aggression against Ukraine, and I think it's also an important contribution, because impunity, whereas before I said that imprisoning people for expressing their opinions is a lethal weapon against democracy, impunity is the enabler of this weapon. Impunity for committing grievous human rights offenses is what maintains these human rights offenses. And by negating impunity, by fulfilling responsibility and criminal responsibility under international criminal law, but also with targeted sanctions like I suggest in my report, this is the way that we can combat these crimes, because the perpetrators, these violent offenders, these brutal murderers, will not stop unless they are ensured that they will face dire consequences for their crimes. We have seen this time and time again. With impunity comes criminal activity, come these horrible human rights violations, these crimes against humanity that we are witnessing. So we might think, and I've heard some colleagues say, and it is a bit hard to hear, of course, but I understand where it comes from. We might say, oh, this might not do much, or, what is it all for? But we are maintaining an international legal order that needs to come into play and needs to play a strong role in ending impunity for these kinds of crimes. And that's why this report and the reports that will come after it is important because we need to build up momentum to ensure accountability for very grave human rights offenses, but also for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and even possibly genocide. So I realize that my report is not specifically about this, but it has a deep connection to it. And as I said, internal suppression leads to external aggression. And once we manage to, or at least work towards lifting this internal suppression, we might work towards stopping the external aggression. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. Est-ce que le président de la Commission veut-il répondre? Vous avez la parole, Damien.
Volontiers, merci Monsieur le Président. Quelques messages pour simplement, au nom de la Commission, soutenir les propos qui viennent d'être évoqués par les deux rapporteurs et l'importance de ce travail. Et remercier les deux rapporteurs pour l'excellent travail qu'ils ont fourni. Ça a été dit, je crois, par tous les orateurs, et souligner la qualité de ce travail qui se démontre bien par le vote de la Commission qui était unanime en faveur de ces deux rapports. Et dire ici aussi notre remerciement au secrétariat pour l'appui excellent qui est fourni de manière systématique au travail de la Commission et aux activités des rapporteurs, et parfois dans des conditions difficiles et avec des ressources qui ne sont pas vraiment pas extensibles et vraiment pas forcément très larges. Nous avons un devoir de traiter de ces objets et d'en discuter avec sérieux et avec profondeur, parce que c'est lié au mandat de notre Assemblée et du Conseil de l'Europe, mais aussi en lien peut-être plus direct avec les personnes avec qui nous avons travaillé. Et le nom de Vladimir Kara-Murza a été évoqué souvent aujourd'hui, et c'est vrai que c'est avec une émotion particulière qu'on en parle, puisqu'il est venu témoigner devant notre commission à Paris le 4 avril, dans le cadre des travaux de ce rapport, celui de Suna Versdottir. Et Suna, tout à l'heure, Madame Versdottir a tout à l'heure cité les propos qu'il a tenus concernant les prisonniers politiques et qui sont si forts, en disant vous devez absolument parler d'eux, car il n'y a rien de pire pour un prisonnier politique que d'être oublié. Donc parlons-en, continuons de suivre ces cas, c'est d'une grande importance. Et en quittant la commission, Vladimir est retourné en Russie, et quelques jours après, il a été arrêté. Et plusieurs membres de la commission, d'ailleurs, lui disaient de ne pas retourner, mais il a voulu le faire. Ça a été témoigné dans les 2 jours qui ont précédé. Enfin, hier et aujourd'hui, nous avons eu l'occasion de rencontrer plusieurs fois son épouse, qui est ici. Ça a été dit par plusieurs orateurs. Et elle a dit qu'il voulait retourner parce qu'il estime que c'est son éthique de se battre là où ses amis se battent et de ne pas le faire depuis l'étranger. Il a pris ce risque sciemment et aujourd'hui il est dans cette situation d'être emprisonné pour des motifs absurdes et sous le coup de cette nouvelle législation russe qui nous fait beaucoup de soucis. Et donc la Commission est heureuse que le Bureau lui ait envoyé un nouveau projet de résolution pour suivre ces cas particuliers de cette nouvelle législation russe qui provoque aujourd'hui plusieurs centaines, voire plusieurs milliers d'arrestations qui sont liées à des motifs politiques. Et enfin, il nous semble extrêmement important que nous continuions de travailler, mais que la Cour continue également de travailler, cela a été dit notamment par les deux rapporteurs et par plusieurs orateurs, continue de travailler sur les cas russes. La Russie est encore soumise, bien qu'elle dise le contraire, elle a des obligations internationales jusqu'au 16 septembre, eu égard à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Elle est toujours part à la Convention de prévention de la torture. Et il faut absolument que, même si elles ne sont pas forcément immédiatement suivies des faits, ces cas continuent d'être traités. Je crois que nous le devons aux personnes qui sont concernées et aux valeurs que porte cette organisation. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie l'Assemblée de l'accueil qui est réservé à ces deux rapports et du soutien que vous allez apporter à ces résolutions.
Merci à vous, Monsieur le Président de la Commission. Now the debate is closed. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution you find in document 15544, to which one amendment has been tabled. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendment number 1 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously adopted by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. President?
It is, Mr. President.
Does anybody object? I do not see so. As there is no objection, I declare that the amendment to the draft resolution has been agreed. We will now proceed. I have such a good assistance here. Keep going, keep going. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15544 as amended, and a simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. And the resolution is adopted unanimously. I saw that the rapporteur was taking a picture of the result. Great, Frank. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft document in document 15545 to which 6 amendments have been tabled and a draft recommendation to which 1 amendment has been tabled. We will start with the consideration of the draft resolution and then the draft recommendation. 30 seconds for amendments, and I understand that the chairperson of the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the amendments 7, 5, 1, 3, 4 and 6 to the draft resolution, which were adopted unanimously in the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. President?
This is so for all amendments, actually. Yes, Mr. President.
Does anybody wish to object? I do not see so. As there is no objection, I declare that amendments 7, 5, 1, 3, 4 and 6 to the draft resolution have been agreed. So now, as all the amendments have been approved and adopted, we will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15545 as amended, and a simple majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Congratulations, Madam Rapporteur. I understand that the chairperson of the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that the Amendment 2 to the draft recommendation, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. President?
I can gladly confirm, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is there any objection? As there do not see any objection, I declare that the amendment to the draft recommendation has been agreed. So now we can and should and shall proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15545 as amended. And I remind the Assembly that a 2/3 majority is required because it's a recommendation. The vote is open. The vote is closed. May I call the results to be displayed? And also the recommendation is adopted unanimously. Congratulations. Now the rapporteurs and the President are taking pictures from, and they have good reasons for this excellent result. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
This is normal. This is normal.
A point of order, Tony. Yes, of course.
I'm grateful, Mr. President. On the previous debate on the recent challenges to security in Europe, I miscast my vote on the resolution, and if I could just, for the record, make it clear that I intended to vote yes in favour of that resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. And another point of order? Or
And I want to change my vote.
Thank you very much. Your vote will not be changed, but it will be put in the minutes. And of course, we are questioning you sitting there close together. What were you doing when you had to cast your vote, that you vote? But it is properly registered, and thank you very much for mentioning it. That means that by now the sitting is adjourned.